Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to a new stream. To a new stream. I was gonna say let's play, but let's plays have pretty much died out since no. And I just see I need to definitely put down the audio a bit. Put them all one lower. Yes, English language, please. Yeah, since we have now been... What's way too... Oh, great, it does the same thing that... Deadly Premonition does. At random times, it just spikes in audio and then it goes very silent again. I think this should be pretty okay. Well, okay, maybe one more. Yeah, this is better. Yeah, this is better. So, yes, we have finished Disco Elysium last time. Great game, loved it even more than I did before. But now it's time to move on from political radicalism, at least for now, and move to something completely different, which is this game, Alan Wake. What is it? Well, basically, well, as the title suggests, we are... Am I going to spoil this? Well, let's just say we are a book author. That's all I'm gonna say for now. And what this book author is going to experience, we are going to find out. Yeah, why is it in... Okay, let's see if it's in English now.
Stephen King once wrote
Wait.
that nightmares exist outside of logic.
Okay.
There's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and it's what we'll remember in the end.
Quoting Stephen King. I mean, better. How can you get more authory than that? Authory. Okay, interesting. The text is in German, but
vivid imagination. But this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream.
Yes.
Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there.
And I hit over a guy, as you do.
I'd seen the hitchhiker too late.
Dumped the body and went home. And that was my dream. Why is there blood on my shirt?
He was dead. I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again.
Okay, this game came out in 2007
His body was gone.
or something. Like,
I was in shock from the crash. I could hardly stay on my feet.
and it still looks, I've gotta admit, it still looks very good. So yeah, we play as this author. No. 9. Yes, I know. So, we are this author who keeps narrating his life. And we have woken up in a nightmare. But what a fucking narcissist. He keeps a bunch of copies from his own book around. So yeah, since before Disco Elysium, we played...
I had just driven from this direction, but now the road was blocked.
Yeah.
I had to go to the lighthouse. I knew there was something important waiting for me there. The radiator had broken when I hit the hitchhiker. The car wasn't going anywhere.
And this creates already a completely different, let's say, setup than other games. Usually, video game characters would talk to themselves, but no, he is narrating all the way through, like as if it was a book. And that is, yeah, something interesting. Yeah. Night Springs. Keep that name in mind, because it's gonna pop up very
The
often.
bridge had collapsed. I'd have to find another way to the lighthouse.
The effect. Wonderful. Yeah. My god, I completely forgot that he was not in the middle, but the camera was always, you know, switching a bit. Ooh, what is this? Is that us? Have you seen this man? Wait. Wait. Look at me. Look at me. Oh my god, we are already being searched. My god, the police works fast. Are you a friend? Whoa!
Recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think you're God? You think you could just make up stuff? Play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama? You're in this story now, and I'll make you suffer. You're a joke. There would be a single readable sentence in your books if it wasn't for your editor. You'll never publish another one.
He is like the critic from Psychonauts. He gives relentless book criticism about my work. Ooh, QR code.
You're a lousy writer. Cheap thrills.
Lousy? Oh no. Now say my work is derivative and dry. And then you got all the words that critics use. Hmm.
You can't stop me.
Yay! I did good. Game says I did good. Wait. But then why didn't you let me escape? Okay.
I realized that the hitchhiker was a character from the story I'd been working on.
So yeah, this is why I chose the title "Making Bad Writing Come to Life," because see these characters, they are bad and they come now to life. Oh, I'm so clever. So yeah, finishing the sentence that I started like 10 minutes ago, since we played Control before we played Disco Elysium, I suddenly got a lot of I felt the need to play this game again, because I remembered how good it was, and I wanted to refresh my memory about the, well, what's the company name? The Alan Wake universe, basically. Also, this was supposed to be at some point a TV series or something. I wonder whatever happened to that. Yes. Could you run, please? Oh my god, you smoking. Almost didn't make it.
Wait, it's me! Play Stewart, remember? Quickly, get inside! There's no time.
No, not Stuart.
Oh no! Stop! No! Damn it, die! No! No! No!
Why are you wearing your football jacket?
I was trapped. There was no way out.
Joker? But I can't dye my hair. Blonde just doesn't look good on me.
The cabin was a death trap. I
Fine. Then let me out. Let me out. Oh, hi.
Follow the light.
Go into the light. That's always a good idea.
You are hurt. You should go into the light. You are only safe there.
So yeah, we have been explained basic principle of the game. Light good, darkness bad.
Something important to tell you. It goes like this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home lies a deeper, darker ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene. To its ports I've been. To its ports I've been. Do you understand?
No.
Follow the light.
God. Why do you have to be so cryptic all the time?
I entered your dream to teach you. The darkness is dangerous. It's sleeping now. When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only
Ah,
show
yes.
you the most important
We've got
thing. The hitchhiker has been taken
ammunition.
over by dark presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive the darkness away and make him vulnerable again. Here, take the light.
So yeah, light defeat darkness, darkness bad. And we started with a dream sequence. So this game is basically Kingdom Hearts. All games that start with a dream sequence are connected to Kingdom Hearts universe, as well as everything that's somehow...
You did it. Now the darkness no longer protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here, take the gun.
Oh, we have a gun. Ah, America. Oh! I thought there was a you know, look thingy
You've done
to
well.
aim.
Remember what I've taught you. That is all. I will give you back your dream now. In the nightmare, a terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse was the last safe place on Earth.
I have done my job. Light away! Wait, can I? Ah! Nice. And also, very important, we need to take care of batteries. Because they are very scarce in this game. Ooh. Can't focus too much. Because these are the very quickly using electricity kind of batteries. Lamps. Oh shit. And he doesn't even... Ow! Okay. First death in my intro. I'm bad. It's gonna be fun. I'm already dying. Okay, just don't focus the light when you try to aim. Just stay like this in this position. That's more energy friendly. Because we all have to save the climate. I'm doing my part. Shit. Come with me. And you see a world of pure imagination. Loser. Oh, yeah, right. These things are very good. Light pistols. They make lots of light.
Just like
Come on. Come on. Oh. feels good. They have this. I love this when video games do this. When enemies have this little boom, you know, like the first enemies in Kingdom Hearts, when you kind of defeated them, like this boom. Always feels good. Little explosion. Alan Wake advertisement at this water purification factory. No! Darkness bad. Wait, I shouldn't run constantly. That would just exhaust me too much, I assume. Yep, I'm already exhausted. And there's no exhaustion meter, so I don't know whenever I'm gonna feel powerful again. Oh, I still got time. I can take in the scenery. Beautiful. Wonderful. Nice lighthouse. I'm gonna get myself a souvenir of that. There still hasn't been any sequel, hasn't there? And they need to continue the story. Been waiting 10 years. Why does video game story always take so long? Continue. With movies, we always just need to wait 3 or 4 years, maximum. Video games? No, 15 years, 20 years. Guest of honor is here.
Just another nightmare. Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
Wife. My wifey character. Welcome to Bright Falls. Get it? Bright Falls and darkness and... Oh, it's so clever. It's so clever. My god. These authors. Fresh seafood. So yeah, our author man is not on vacation,
Let's act like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old
but
chap.
he's kind of on vacation.
Sure. I'll even give you a title for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear.
Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
Skier.
A lovely wife. If you don't mind me saying.
Skier festival.
Nice to meet you.
So when are we going to run into Bill Cipher?
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any chance I can get an interview?
Look, Mr. Maine, I'm on vacation. In fact,
Yeah, okay, wait, I just hear this. All sounds is basically okay, but the language sounds need to be a bit higher. So, no orthographs, please.
I'd appreciate it if we could keep my
better.
being here just between the two of us. I'm sure you understand.
Fair enough. You can trust me to be discreet. Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a lovely holiday.
Not holiday, work holiday. Because our dear author has run out of
Very nice.
creativity
I got a couple
juice
really
and
good ones. And I see you made a
and does
friend.
what all
That's
authors do.
cute.
Right.
Goes to a quiet little nowhere town where he can write in peace. Where he is not bothered by all the city noise and stuff.
Yeah?
Hey, bestseller, how's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah. We just got here.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just say the word and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge. gotten your creative juices flowing?
Barry,
I just want you to relax. So, when can I expect a new book, please? my stakeholders are having my nuts.
we're just settling in.
Okay, Al. I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me if there's a problem, okay? Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Looking out for you, buddy.
yeah looking out for
I love you too,
you.
Barry.
Looking out for you. Yeah.
You know he's going to be calling you every 5 minutes.
I'm your
Barry is Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
What did
I'm-
I tell you?
I'm your slimy agent
Text
guy.
message from Barry. He says hi to you too.
Agents.
Alan, we're here. Come on, let's get back to the car.
Yes. Which one was ours? This? Oh,
We need to stop at the local diner to get the cabin key from the landlord, a Mr. Carl Stuckey. He's waiting for us. I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15 minutes.
Sure.
Alan, thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on. I'll promise to behave.
I would hate to grow up in a town like that.
I'd forgotten there were still places like this. Towns where everybody knew everybody.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake. Alan Wake. Oh,
Fangirl!
man. I know people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Rose.
Rose, I'm looking for Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl? Of course, Mr. Wake. He must have gone to visit the restroom. He'll be back in a moment. I can't believe it. I've got all your books. I
What a
got the cutout
coincidence.
from the bookstore when they took it out of the window.
And you keep it here. Well, okay. Good for you.
What a big coincidence that we would run into a shop where biggest fangirl of the world
Try
is
the
waiting
coffee.
for us.
Just don't blame me when you
right.
fall in love.
So much for a
'cause
quiet
it'll break
vacation.
your heart when you have to leave.
Rusty here is
But yeah,
not
I already grew up in a
nothing
very
but
small
black
town,
coffee
but this
under a
one,
thin layer of skin.
it's like a place where
Yeah, that
nothing
makes
ever
sense.
happens.
Flavor, Sonny. I could really use a tune right now. Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox. I'd do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep. Bad circulation. Yeah.
Oh shit, this was maybe a very bad idea. Jukebox.
You
Oh, please,
disgusting.
please be no,
Call yourself a rocker.
please be no copyrighted music. Oh, okay, thank God. It's a piece of shit that doesn't work. Ooh. What are you doing? Oh, can I get a coffee? Ooh, coffee. Wait, I need a coffee. Stay up all night long. Well, maybe. Carl Stuckey. I mean, Carl Stuckey.
It does
F
that.
find.
Get stuck. Yeah. You need
Ah,
to give it a good solid
ooh, this was like a labyrinth. We couldn't get past through here because of this thing that you can absolutely
You put the
move,
lime in the
but you
coconut,
can't walk the way
drink
around.
them both.
Whoa.
Just because
The
we're
riddle of all
brothers,
riddles.
think I won't murder you in your sleep.
We've got a strange little lady. The lamp.
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
I think I can handle it, ma'am. I didn't want to wait. I wanted to find Stuckey, to get the key and get out as soon as possible. The waitress was giving me a headache. Overeager fans always did. Hello? Mr. Stuckey?
Mr. Stuckey is stuck.
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
This is how very normal people move.
I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife.
Thanks.
And she flies away on her broom. Yeah, she is,
Cauldron Lake is a special place. Very inspiring.
yeah, she is working for the Dark Forces. Definitely.
Got lucky this time, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark. This really ought to be fixed, and then I'm...
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you all right?
Splendid, splendid! Damn hernia. It swells up like a balloon if I lift anything heavier than a spoon. Yeah, splendid, splendid. It's been a long time, Tom. Good to see you.
The Andersons, they're, local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Oh.
Bye, Mr.
I'm
Wade.
coming. God, can't I get any peace here?
Mission accomplished.
Honey, do you know The Shining? Because this is what this is going to turn into.
I got some flashlights, just in case.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
Oh.
That diner was a real nut house.
Get keys for something else? Another dimension, perhaps?
Please? This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure it out when we get back home.
Oh, this is really a
Okay.
vacation?
We can talk about this later.
Batman here on PBFF.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years. Not since my last book.
2 years. I'm broke. I'm irrelevant. Okay, professional writers are expected to write like 2 or 3 books every year. How many books does Stephen King write in a year? A lot, I think. Okay, this is really a vacation. I thought he came here to... comes to show how long it has been since I played this game. Remember things differently.
Wow. It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right. Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
I know. I'm okay.
Alice had a phobia. The fear of darkness. I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
I mean, this is like what? 30 meters?
Are you sure you read the directions right? It's nothing like in the brochure. It said near the lake, not on it.
I mean, this is still technically correct. Beautiful water. Oh. Let's get inside and get to writing. Because I think I'm still right about this. He wanted to... This creative juices flowing.
The island had once been the site for a love story. Maybe it would be that again.
No. No, it can't be. You are a horror artist. You write horror books. Or crime novels. I don't know what exactly you're writing. Going by the cover, I think it looked like a crime
An
novel.
old generator had been connected to the power cable.
Hopefully it doesn't explode. Oh, this minigame. Yes, I remember. Oh.
The lights are on! Good work, honey. I'll freshen up a bit and start settling in.
Okay, I'll look around a bit.
Sure thing! Have fun!
He said, and cutscene starts.
It was a beautiful place. I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work.
Okay. Maybe he was sent here,
We could be happy here.
right? But he has no intention of doing so. Yeah. So.
Alice had told me about Cauldron Lake Lodge. The old building used to be a hotel, but these days it was no longer open to the public.
Let me grab 1 or 2 those crows so we have something to eat for tonight. Also something on the other side, which I can't get to. Okay. Turn to my wife. Must been shot.
Alice? Honey?
Where are you? Sean!
I'm upstairs. I have a surprise for you.
Okay.
The Deerfest guests have already started to arrive. Just ran into one on the ferry. A famous artist, no less, but we'll see if we can rope him into an interview later on. Now let's go to the phones. Caller, you're on KBF-FM.
Hi, Pat. It's Rose.
Why, hello, Rose. What's on your mind?
I know who that famous artist was. It was Alan Wake, wasn't it? He's my favorite. I just saw him at the diner.
Ah, and this is why you wear a costume as a famous person.
Surprise!
Alice? What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past...
Damn it, Alice, everyone
Hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists.
So now you want to get me committed?
No, it's not like that. That's not... Alan? Alan?
Just don't! I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice! God damn it! I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through.
Day, Alice. Straight to the moon.
Alice? Alice? Alice! The cabin had gone dark. All the lights were out. Alice, I'm coming! It's alright, I'm coming!
Okay! Ooh, that surprised me. Yeah, I forgot. These were evil crows. Was it the...
Alice? Alice?
Uh-oh. It's Jason Voorhees.
Oh no!
So, I said at the beginning the animation still looks very impressive. But I think the more I look at the cutscenes, I think I need to take this back. Was still like when they don't talk too much, they look very fine. But when they talk like
Crashed car felt like I had woken from one nightmare and entered another. I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice.
hey, it's the early stages.
Dead. I'd have to find help on foot.
Then why did you buy flashlights? Like does anybody still buy flashlights? Everybody has an app for that. Stockley's Country Store.
Among Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the guy's smug face on the cover either.
Well, I think you are happy to know, Alan, that in Control we beat his monstrous ass.
The gas station was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there.
Country life. Well, that's why we have insurance. I hope you have insurance. Didn't waste it all on useless bling bling, like some very rich people do. Although, how wealthy can you get as an author? J.K. Rowling is a billionaire, and what is Stephen King?
Hello? Is someone there? The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night.
And yes, we can, beautifully, we can listen to some of the stuff we collect. Because this is like ups and down, like we basically we are writing our own story here. But it's all out of place and stuff happens not always in the right order. So let's...
Departure by Alan Wake.
Oh, okay.
The man turned to face me. His face was covered in shadows. It was hard to make him out in the darkness of the forest that surrounded us, but the axe he lifted was plain to see. It glistened with the blood of his victim. He grinned madly. The shadows were alive, distorting his features. It was a scene from a nightmare, but I was awake.
Why didn't they have that in Control? Damn it. Like the character reading the reports. Could have saved me a lot of stress on my throat.
The Taken stood before me. It was impossible to focus on it, as if it stood in a blind spot caused by a brain tumor and eye disease. It was bleeding shadows like ink underwater, like a cloud of blood from a shark bite. I was terrified. I squeezed the flashlight like my life depended on it, willing it to stop coming any closer. Suddenly something gave, and the light seemed to shine brighter.
I also just noticed, this is actually kind of good that we played Disco Elysium before and now go to this, because this also has like very detailed writing. Not as much as Disco Elysium, but you know, still avid or very impressive, yeah, like lyrical descriptions.
I heard them before I saw them, swooping down from the sky and screeching as they came. I spun around just as the cloud was upon me. For an instant, I stared into 100 dead eyes, black pearls glittering in the darkness. I raised the flashlight and the swarm exploded like fireworks. Feathers burned, turned into ash. I couldn't hear my scream above theirs.
Oh, maybe I should also read the titles at least. This is... Wake is attacked by shadowy murderer. Wake sees a possessed guy in the light. Wake is attacked by birds. Wake is finding pages.
At first I kept finding the pages as if by accident. The book I couldn't remember was either a terrible and true prophecy or an act of creation that had rewritten the world. I began to hunt the pages feverishly, for they held the answer to the mystery. With it, I could save myself. With it, I could save Alice.
And television in the gas station.
I stepped into the gas station's garage. It was dark and quiet. The place was a mess. It looked like someone trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight. Light spilled into the room through an open door at the back, and I made my way toward it. Without any warning, I was blinded by a bright light. An old portable TV on the shelf had come alive by itself. Impossibly, I could see myself on the screen, talking like a madman.
This one, Wake lies to the sheriff.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? She asked. The sheriff looked at me suspiciously. The early morning light flooded through the office windows. I would probably never have gotten out of the woods alive without her help, but I couldn't tell her the truth of what I'd faced the previous night. She'd think I was lying or crazy. She'd lock me up, and she wouldn't help me find Alice.
Stucky is possessed.
Stucky spat on the garage floor and tried to shake the cobwebs from his head. Ever since the couple never showed to pick up the keys, things had been fuzzy. Something, a feeling caught his attention. Stucky looked up and stared as his brain tried in vain to process the horror before him. He stumbled back, knocking over a can of oil. A black pool spread across the floor while he struggled for a brief moment, then let go as the unrelenting darkness engulfed him.
Yeah, the guy who was supposed to give us the keys was murdered in the meantime by the darkness. And that's what we have for now. So yeah, as you can see, some of the stuff is... Wait. Oh my god! I know what this is. I know what this is. Oh my god. I played this game once before. And this is all the stuff from my previous playthrough. This is still in the save files. Oh, well, I spoiled a few moments that are going to happen, but you know what? I'm going to listen to all of these as soon as I reach episode 2. Then I'm listening to all these, and yeah, this is actually pretty cool, because then I can anticipate something and maybe act accordingly. Very cool. Also, these are just, minor spoilers. And you would have found them all out of order anyway. And I'm probably not going to find the remaining pages, because you see, this game takes mostly...
Anybody there? Please! I've been in an accident!
This game takes place almost exclusively in the woods, and the woods will later become so big that scouting everything will be a pain in the neck bottom. So, yeah, we are not gonna do that. Or, at least I can try, but...
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't have to hike all the way down to the gas station to find a phone.
A lumber station. Wait, can I just... This? Yes, I can. Nice. This is entering private property. Woohoo, I committed a crime.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident. Hey!
Freshly cut woods.
There's been an accident. I need help. Listen, I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Oh, hell.
Carl Stucky.
Ah!
You. Non-refundable reservation deposit required. Fair and square.
Just like our own story, Stucky is completely out of order and chaotic. We have a running theme in this game. Ooh, what is this? Coffee? Yay! A thermos thing. And another manuscript. Okay, so I don't have all of them, apparently. Oh, can I? Which ones are new then? Which ones are new? Oh, the ones with questions marks. Ah, okay, I still can collect them, but they're just being added to the ones I already have, even if I already collected them. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oop. No, this is climate change. Nature seeks revenge.
Balls. You to arrive.
Hide.
You lose? Shit.
The deposit.
It's the latest thing!
Not the deposit. Ha. Shining reference.
Way out of this. Any second now, and Stucky would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The Shining.
Yes, I understood the reference on my own. Thank you. Also, there are a bunch of company names that I didn't think they would actually put in this game. Like the car is the same car model that my parents have, and Energizer is also a real thing, real flashlight.
Yes.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station. How may I?
Hello? Hello?
Well, shit.
You can see the sights and keep.
Didn't want to create a plot hole.
This is bad.
No! No, 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 no. Ah. The water's getting closer. That's interesting. Oh. Run! This looked very cinematic, but only because I really am just jumped out in the last moment.
The bulldozer had gone over the cliff with the office. I hoped Stucky had suffered the same fate, but I wasn't planning on staying to find out.
Come on in.
There were more of them.
And this is also very good strategy, not always focusing, but just use your normal light on them. That converses energy, which is smart. Because I'm smart, I'm doing it.
My head pounded with a concussion. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick.
Ultimate
Eerie
weapon.
hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it.
Ah, yes, I remember those. We've got to follow the paint all the time because somebody out there is out to help us. This one. Look like it. You fucking piece of shit. Electronics box.
The dark
Hate you.
forest was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I had to get to the gas station.
It's rabbit season.
It's rabbit season. Hey, more supplies. Yeah, Energizer. That is a real battery company, but I didn't know that they also made flashlights. Interesting. Die. Oh, new one!
Rose knew she had been gushing, but right now she didn't care. As far as she was concerned, her brief meeting with Alan Wake was literally the high point of her life. She watched as he got in the car with his wife. She was pretty, confident, at ease with Wake. Not like Rose. They were perfect for each other. She'd have given anything to be called their friend.
Poor lonely woman. I also want to point out, hear that sound? That sounds like the sound that appears in my headset every time when I'm almost out of energy. Which is why I was confused because, wait a second, I have my cable on my headset at the moment. How can I be out of energy? Why does it only appear once?
What the hell was that? When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water.
Why not? It's water. You drink it every time you're thirsty. One way or another, even if it's just beer. Water is everywhere, my friend. Jump. In case the water just pulls me. Someone else.
Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
I think if I remember this correctly, he is the end boss of this level. Something like that. I never thought I would be so happy to see a gas station with its overpriced gasoline and overpriced snacks and ugly shopkeepers. Nothing against gas station wardens. You do your job, as all of us do. Oh, good. Oh crap! Oh crap! Yeah, I knew it. And this is why I usually don't like walking backwards in video games. I never know. Wait. Let's be smart here. Ah, shit. Still an entirely different. I'm still at circle meaning dash evade. Still in a completely different game right now mentally. I'm you. Unfit man. Yellow dots, meaning there is supplies for us. Don't remember if I keep the supplies that I'm gathering now for the next level. Maybe would mean that I should see that I
Taken. They're taken.
Taken are filled with darkness. Thanks, plot explanation paint on the wall. Yes, more batteries. Okay, I've got enough batteries. I think I can be a bit wasteful with energy. Because I also think there was a maximum with battery energy. I think 20 or something was the maximum. Oh yeah, we can waste. Wasteful. Throw the used batteries in the woods. Poison the very earth. Why
the
not?
The staircase was broken. I had to make my way up some other way.
I'm gonna punish these fucking trees. They chose to help these creatures. Their shadows.
There was no power. There was bound to be a generator somewhere at the logging site.
Okay. Cable. I knew it. Nope. But I don't know if they got money for this from the battery company Energies. If they for putting that in this game. But if they did, I don't know if that is actually such good advertisement. Because basically they portray them as being so quickly used up. You like need a whole truckload to last you one evening. Manuscript, which I got. Yeah. Nice!
With all this forestry equipment around, there had to be something I could use to reach the top.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a mechanic. A button cronk. Wait. Am I generating myself over time, even if I'm not in the light? Okay, that's interesting. I get it. Done. How to getting up there. Aha, you wood, get it? Wood, because wood is later being transformed into paper, and we are an author, and books is what wood is made out of, or the other way around. It's so smart. It has so many layers, you can't comprehend it. If we later visit an aquarium in Alan Wake 2, then we got the complete thing where all book materials are made from, because they provide the ink.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment. Step outside for a spell and breathe in deep. The weather's absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like the forest is quietly breathing along with you. As you listeners know, I'm a night owl, and it's on nights like this I wish I wasn't cooped up in the studio. Makes an old man like me wish I could just roam wild. But here I am, and who'd keep you company all night long if I weren't? It looks like I'm not the only one staying up late. Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Pat, it's Maurice Horton.
Hello, Maurice. What are you up to?
Well, I was just taking Toby on his walkies.
Oh, isn't it beautiful out there?
Sure, but Pat, the reason I called is that Toby heard something rustling in the undergrowth and took off after it, and I couldn't find it.
Probably a rabbit.
Sure. Toby loves rabbits.
Well, sure.
Anyway, I figured that, if anyone runs into Toby, they could grab him. My number's on his collar.
And Toby's a friendly dog?
Toby loves people. Usually he comes back, but we were
Game.
far from home, and it sounds like he went pretty wild there. Great dog, but he's just too dumb for his own good.
Game.
Maurice, it's out there now.
Don't you put a doggy corpse into your game. So why is there an amulet hanging on the wall? This empty forest cabin? That is very strange. Ooh, more supplies. I've stretched out those supplies a bit more. My unidentified helper. There was a little more manuscript. Okay, this one can't be missed. Yeah. Who's there?
The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no contest. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is third.
Are you? The air is getting shimmery. Ah! 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 Okay, I'm just looking behind me because I remember the enemies in this. Ah, shit! I had the ultimate weapon still equipped. Ah, damn it! Because I remember the enemies in this game being quite intelligent. I'm getting also like, oh yeah, I'm also getting like a bit of Silent Hill vibes with the way the fog's moving. Let's hope I maybe find some more manuscripts here. Oh wait, let's be smart. Follow me, my enemies. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Follow me. Oh, this is not a light. Oh, this was a lamp. Damn it. Stupid bullet. Ugh. Yeah. Oh. No new thing. So where? More supplies? Saw some paint. Was it just the leaves? And it was just leaves. Are there enemies in this game infinitely spawning? Oh, damn it. Damn it! More worse than those monk guys. Close. Oh yeah, and this was also a pain. When you get lost in the woods, you have no idea where you are anymore. Which, you know, is the point. You are in the woods. Yeah, where's the gas station? Where's the freaking gas station? Where's the path? Where's any— oh, there. Okay, that's... yeah, that's also the reason why I eventually just stopped bothering with the manuscripts. Because you run into so many enemies eventually. What does the thermal bucket do? Does it refill my life? Health? I don't know. I need to get to the gas station, but where's the path? Where's the freaking path? Ooh, ooh, ooh! And that could have been the... that could have been helpful before. Safe haven. Say so. Okay, wait, then this is the path here? Then I think I need to walk along this. Yeah, it's the path. Haven, okay. I'm gonna trust you. Yeah. Oh yeah. Lots of light. Light good. How is there fog coming out of the mountain? Unnatural stuff going on here. So nice of the forest guards to keep bullets in an open dispenser. for hitchhikers. It is. What is here? Yes, more supplies, thank you. Ah, okay, that's why I fired the gun before. Always switches to the gun that I'm picking ammunition up for. At least it does so for the light. Wait, what is it called? Leuchtpistole? Signal gun. Oh my god! Now that the text is in German and the language in English, this is extra confusing for me. Okay, wait. Perfect opportunity. Fuck you! Still more lumberjack guys. Let me guess I got this one too. Yep. Where he lies to the sheriff. So yeah, basically it makes sense that I'm reading all the manuscripts here at the beginning of each episode, because as you can see, I'm basically finding all the same anyway in the first few moments. So it's basically the few spoilers that we get are meant to be there anyway, for most of them anyway. Yeah, batteries are only 20 maximum. Have here. Yes!
It bestows immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In
Night Springs. This universe's version of Twilight Zone. Twilight. Twilight Zone.
If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. Having called a press conference, Dr. Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment, known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, two new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of things that could happen at any moment, and they always do happen somewhere. The point is, this one thing did not happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
Poor Dr.
Why?
Felled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. In Night Springs.
Ah, it's so wonderful. It's so stupid. But also, do other games do that too? Like, use actual real live actors? Like, aside from this and Control, nothing else comes to mind at the moment. Ah, this is making noise. Yeah, okay, that's better when it's turned off. I think. I hope. Oh yeah. Yeah, damn it. I have to run into them. They don't come running towards me. I do need to trigger them. Hey, have you heard this one about a Jew, a woman, and the black guy walking into a bar? Ah, damn it. I think I'm getting the hang of it. Whoa! Oh yes, I remember. There were fast ones too. No! No! Okay, wait. Fuck it. Eat lead. Let me kill you. God damn it! Haha, you don't understand the concept of walls. Yep. Ooh, close one.
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come, assuming I'd reach the lights at the gas station alive.
Yeah, no, you're gonna make it. Eventually, the darkness is running out of supplies itself. But I do like the overall concept of, you know, authors. Like not the one that's going on in this game, but like in general, the ability for an author to create infinite worlds, infinite characters. I love it. So yeah, basically the darkness has infinite supplies, depending if the author wants it to. But so does the light. This was definitely not visible before. Yeah. I remember I was staying off the path in my first playthrough, at least as much as I could.
I recognized the parade float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice.
Hey, can I buy this one? It's still better than the one that I used to drive. We just need a bit of spit and a bit of duct tape, and it should run smoothly.
After the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting. At least for a moment. The sane world reasserted itself.
Wait a second. This is stupid. Like, why do they have the garbage containers here? Because out there is a path for hitchhikers. There's no road here. How is the garbage company supposed to pick this up? Or are you going to store it here and then move it all the way up the stairs to the street? Think! Think, gas station owner! Think! Or do they have like helicopters that they grab it from above? Or can you just slide this fence aside? And then from upstairs here, there's a garbage truck and picks it up from here. Do they have such long arms? I need answers! Answers! This is what happens when designers don't think about their design. I mean, this is a heavy, like this should be like, this is not a small container. Look, this is pretty big. Imagine having to roll it up these stairs each end of the month for the garbage truck to pick it up. Oh, and it's raining again. Oh, beautiful, beautiful raining smell. Yeah, Stucky is possessed. Read that also. And we remember...
The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now.
And wait, are there gas prices anywhere for me to rage over? Okay, we remember...
The garage was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
I'll write. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her. I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
Yeah, this game keeps on adding new weird stuff. So we are basically writing this story as we experiencing it. Or have we already written the story? Or is it happening simultaneously? It also brought up the quantum and multiverse. So is he writing this in another universe and we are the universe that experiences it? Questions above questions. And don't expect any answers, because at the beginning of the game, they said they quoted Stephen King, who said, yeah, no, it's better to have no answers, or at least as little as possible. Oh god. Shit, wait. 68th annual Deer Festival, 15th to 18th September. Games and waffles. Tombola. Competitive fishing. Cake eating. Surprise. Oh god. Surprise. Surprise. Fuck! Translation. Oh god, now I have to real life translation. Shit. Surprise waffle. Yeah, surprise waffle. Live music. Okay, that was easy. For children. Bunny Teeth Charlie. At dawn. And the unbelievable phantasmagoria of Montgomery the Magician. In the evening. Don't pass on this legendary Deer Festival parade. Cool. And that's all the cool things that are going to happen all year around. The rest of the time there's nothing.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
Pick me up, I'm scared.
Thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker, you are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen, I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake, not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please
Oh.
get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station. Okay?
He ain't okay.
Have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
Yeah, I shot him. He was.
Couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
Quoting the manuscript. Thinking what he already picked up. So the question is, does he have free will? Was it his own free decision? Does he say it because it was already preemptively decided that he would think that? And yeah, turns out no cabin on the lake. What's going on here? Some copyrighted music. Yeah, okay, I should, yeah, okay. Just skip it. It's the easiest thing. I saw that episode! So did this game originally came out in episodic form?
I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at, but the cabin had disappeared.
Episode 2. Of course, the 3 years prior. Of course, the actual offer episodes aren't this short, like the first one. That was obviously just introduction. Oh, the man shaved. Looks even more like a mannequin now.
I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up.
Oh, I genuinely didn't know that.
Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Yeah. This is moderately wealthy. This is okay. Oh, only a bookcase, huh? Huh? No video games? Wait, he has 3? Wait, 1, 2, 3, no, wait, this on the right is a sound station. This in the middle is should be a DVD player. And what is this on the left? I think this is for the oh yeah. Alright, you had this receiver for television. Yeah, you had that. Oh yeah, right. I was wondering, where is the television? It's here. Yeah, okay. It's and a balcony. This looks pretty nice. Maybe you should put this one inside. It is going to fall over with this storm. Dog. Yeah, okay, he does make some bank. When he can afford this kind of place. It's not too much, but it's also not under the average earnings. Yeah, back to this bookcase. He has only bookcase. Ooh. He is so good for video games. Oh. Would love such a bookcase like that. I could make such a library. But of course, with me, I would have this kind of bookcase and on this side too. Screw it if it blocks out the windows. I have still... Wait. Oh no, wait. I have no other window here. Well, then I had to... This over there? Okay. I think I have to play Sims later.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
Oh, really?
Well, you seemed to think so last night.
Ooh. I don't get it. What are they talking about, Mommy? cover. Where do you got covers? Yeah. Okay, but this extra room just for covers, or for you know, photo editing. I mean, I have one extra room that I use for streaming and making YouTube videos, so I guess that fits. Okay, this is just wasteful. This is just wasteful. As if you couldn't have your typewriter here. Come on, save some space. Ah, yes. What did I just get? Oh, yeah! Wait, what? Really? Oh, nice! Right, I have to listen to all of those. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do that. But first we choose a cover. First we choose a cover.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called.
Oh no.
Alan! Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
Fall of Casey, the things that I want. 3, 4, 5. Ooh. 5 books. He is new to the game. If that's all.
Like this, Alan. Please
Yeah.
hurry.
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do.
Baby.
I'm fine. Just get the lights back on now, please.
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna listen to all of these. Because screw you.
It's true what they say about the fall and the sudden stop at the end. I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid chain of scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse. Alone at my own wake. Thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me.
I like that from his own book, another voice is used.
This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now, my wife and my baby. Honey, I'm home.
In spite of its human mask, to describe the Dark Presence as intelligent would have implied human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was, the writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power.
So it was necessary for us to visit the cabin, because this evil force is all but banned, except for the small island.
The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands was revolting. We stood on the wooden platform of Lover's Peak, the waterfall on the mountain behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing, force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
Where's my wife? Gears of Awesome, if anybody remembers. In case you want to know, what I am currently reading is some Civil War letters. It's hugely interesting. See, it's also from both sides. Well, actually, unironically, very interesting. Like, you think, wow, this is so long past, but no, all these, well, people are just always people. They're not all that different from us. They just have not the technology we have today.
Barry had never gotten along with Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened to Alice. And here was Al armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry.
Oh, so we are going to tell our agent later about the dark forces that kidnapped our wife. And for some reason he doesn't believe us. Man. I wonder what would happen if I actually told people some kind of story like that. Like I would bring forth the argument, come on, you know how in movies and TV series and everywhere else the people don't believe the main character and then it all turns out to be true. So be the smart character for once.
The air in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror. He gasped. "Mr. Wake, it happened just the way it was on that page." The visitor center was sturdy, but the impact turned the front of the building into splinters. Rusty was thrown across the lobby like a rag doll and hit the far wall hard. It didn't hurt until he tried to move and saw his leg bend the wrong way, felt the broken ribs stabbing him on the inside. Rusty howled in pain and fear, suddenly afraid to die alone.
Yeah, these are also out of order. This is interesting. It has an order, but it's an internal order, depending on where you are in the story in the game and such.
At the last instant, I changed direction and threw myself down. The axe splintered the trunk of a tree. I stumbled into the pool of bright light. My lungs burned. I was too exhausted to move. I tensed as I waited for the killing blow, but it never came. I raised my head. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. For the moment, bathed in the cold light, I was safe. In that last instant of consciousness, Rusty thought about Rose. He was older than she was. Rose was barely out of her teens, but she made him feel young and forget what a train wreck his long-dead marriage had been. He still wore the ring. He'd been waiting for her to tell him to take it off. Now she never would. I turned the corner, afraid of what the flashlight's beam might reveal. Suddenly, a roughly painted symbol of a torch glowed in the light. Behind it, hidden by a rock, sat a battered metal trunk. It was here for a reason, packed with supplies, batteries, flares, ammo, things you need to make it through the darkness of the night. Something left behind by someone who knew what I knew, and more.
Wait. Oh shit, I forgot to read the titles. Well, okay, the titles are not all that important. Just in case when you read something like when he talked about the million eyes that were staring back, that it was crows he was talking about.
Agent Nightingale didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These little communities revolted him, and he didn't like the trees or the coffee. He now knew that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately wanted to turn the car around and just drive until he passed out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a rider to catch, at any cost.
Ah, so this is now connecting to Control. So yeah, we are going to run into a government agent, but it's not a regular government agent. Okay, yeah, this is actually good that I'm playing this again, because now it fills some holes.
On more than one occasion, Alice had tried to explain to me how it felt to be afraid of the dark. To her, darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, but something more tangible than that. It was something you could touch and feel. Worse than that, it was something with a mind of its own, something malicious and malign. For her, things changed when they were wrapped in darkness. They turned into something else, something foreign, and nothing was safe or innocent anymore. Never really understood what she meant, until now.
Keep talking, this is good, Alice. This is good. Your private trauma is a money-making machine. But can I just say, it's not all that dark. There's still a light coming in from outside. So
Alan, I really need those lights on.
yeah, okay. Shut up. I'm still leading.
The night had been
reading.
one desperate situation after another. I was exhausted, and my body felt as though it had been chewed up and spat out. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, and each pull of the trigger sent a painful shock up my arm. But I was finally out of the woods and things were looking up. That's when I heard the chainsaw. When Barry saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer. The men Al said he'd shot, they hadn't been just locals on crank. Somehow the world had changed, like the channel had been switched without warning. You think you're watching a sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show. When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
Okay, not much left.
The FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it. But it felt all wrong. Call it instinct, his posture, the way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness beyond. Rose knew that Rusty was in love with her, and she liked him too. She liked him a lot. He taught her to dance, and life had certainly taught her the value of a man who was gentle. He treated her well, made her smile, made her feel good. But Rusty wasn't the prince of her dreams, and that tended to underline the unbearable truth. She was no closer to that Hollywood magic than he was.
Who needs Hollywood magic? Seriously.
Nobody in Bright Falls seemed to know where Al was, but Rose, the waitress at the diner, had seen him. From what Barry could tell, Al pretty much fell off the face of the earth when he left the diner. Rose was just the kind of fan that Al hated, but she really tried to help. She was smart too, knew a lot about what was going on in the town, knew a lot about Al, even knew who Barry was. Barry liked her. That was no big surprise. When it came to women, Barry and Al rarely saw eye to eye.
Okay, the way they translated this and the way it's actually said is way more, you know, way better written. I don't know, the author of this author. No, the translator was lazy, is what I'm trying to say.
Sarah didn't care about the legal threats Wake's agent had made. She let Wake go without argument, because there was something about him she couldn't quite put her finger on, something that reminded her of her father. She didn't think Wake would hurt his wife. Then she thought about the way he waded into Hartman, that hair-trigger rage flaring up without warning. The logging site was a mess. The modular office had been pushed off the cliff. Deputy Thornton climbed up from the wreckage excited, breathing hard from the exertion. Nobody there. It's weird. Don't you think that's weird? Bored, Mulligan let out a mighty snort. Hell, it's always weird, Thornton. Just a question of sorting out what kind of weird it is this time around.
Ah, so now we have finished our book reading. Now we can get back to helping our wife calm down.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay. Hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... Especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
Ah, they are in love. Hey, why is only he allowed to have a balcony?
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I have seen horrors.
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Doc Nelson was the image of a small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head.
We got him away from fishing. Oh, we are so terrible.
I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure. Now, if you want either trout or salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You a fishing man, Mr. Wake? Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to heaven.
I'll take your word for it, Doc.
So, did he get in his car with the fishing rod, not dismantled it, so like out of the car window, drove all the way here, walked through the police station, and then put it on the floor, on the table? This is very weird behavior, dog. Also, you should maybe prepare the fish
I believe
soon.
you'll find the sheriff in her office. Just go down the corridor.
Oh, speaking of being afraid of the dark, I used to be well, I wasn't afraid of the dark, but I couldn't sleep when it was completely dark. I don't know. Like there was no fear involved, but like it was being used to that light was shining through on the below the door frame. Like that was weird. Like I don't know. It was not the fear of the dark. It was just being used to it, that it was always on.
Lights, Miss Weaver. Everything seems to be fine. I don't have the luxury of being complacent, Deputy Grant. The bulbs will need changing soon. You can't change them in the dark. I'll be sure to take care of it, Miss Weaver. Have a nice day now. Very good. I'll come back later on to remind you, just in case.
Woman just tries to protect you. Where had... Who has seen this man? Oh, right! It came out in 2007 or 2008, give or take. Yeah, you can definitely see that. And more people the darkness took. Well, know this, you don't have to pay for a funeral, because they all turn to dust. Yeah, but then one day my mom just consequently had the light off all the time in the floor, and then I got used to sleeping with the light out. That, well, was appropriate. It saved energy. I'm making a quick pause and be right back. And we are back with more Alan Wake. Just need to get comfy. So, where were we? Oh yeah, the sheriff wanted to speak with us. Let's do that.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
I love that he uses his whole body to open the door. Wait. Or is he touching them?
Your phone, Mr. Wake?
Okay, whatever.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake?
How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak. Midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
Yeah, so like, my mother is dead, bye! Oh yeah, these are all the missing posters.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't
I
mind
couldn't go
Walter in
anywhere
there.
yet. I had to play along with the caller. Alice's life was at stake.
Drinking for good.
Okay.
Oh, no such luck.
We played a game you wanted, not like I wanted.
He started shouting like that the moment.
Yeah, it's Mulligan here. I'm at Stucky's gas station with Thornton. There's no sign of him. Over. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, I just wanted to see if I can... Okay, wait. Click on this and back here.
Look, we located the brake flow. It's here. That's some good news, right? I don't want to be alone in here. Supposed to be driving it at the
Stop.
today. Over. Oh, give me that.
They need to in the future. I don't know how, but I think it's what am I saying? Of course, it's gonna be technically possible. That they prevent characters talking over each other. Like when your character, like if this right now, like I pick up a radio, that radio on the voice on radio overrides everything else. Like it's all the other voices are just on pause, and then when that has finished, then the others continue. Because this annoys me so much. I don't know who I'm supposed to listen now. Like, okay, this one wasn't too bad because that is just, you know, guy being drunk and screaming in his prison cell. But in other games, it's like really something very important. How did I miss this one in my first playthrough?
Alice looked through the viewfinder, lining up the shot. Cauldron Lake was breathtaking. Something caught her eye. A figure standing in the shadows behind the cabin, like a thin woman in a black dress. She lowered the camera and looked again. No one there. Just a collection of bushes that looked vaguely human-shaped. She shook her head and laughed.
Cool.
Hey, mister! Hey, can you turn the lights on? The deputies, they don't understand. Thank you, man, thank you. Hey, you're alright. You're a good guy. Don't let anybody tell you different.
I know. I'm awesome. Yeah, that was in the diner.
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, go through the fence on the left.
Left? What? Oh. I'm gonna borrow this ambulance, if you don't mind. Jesus, somebody really needs to renovate the city. Like, look at this. Grass coming out of the concrete. Sheesh. Wait. There's a radio there. Ooh, more stories. Come on.
Well, folks, it's been another long night, and it's about time for me to sign off for a while. God knows I need my beauty sleep. Just one more item before I go. It's been a busy night for the Sheriff's Department. We've had a few broken windows, even a report of shots fired on Main Street. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton had to deal with two intoxicated young men who were celebrating the completion of their Deerfest float. Now, folks, we get this every year. I know it's exciting that the big day's almost here, but let's save it for the party and leave the gunplay for the shooting competition, huh? No point in getting all worked up yet.
It's the same kind of hairline like this.
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the
I
police
knew.
station. There was something for me in an abandoned car.
And just trying to take in the atmosphere. You immediately, yeah, you should follow the mission, maybe. Got this one too.
Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The
Oh.
caller meant business. Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Ow! What the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
You could just hold this and climb over the roof like freaking Batman. I'm the new superhero in town. I'm Awful Man.
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not accountable for their actions, of course. I can assure you that my staff has been reprimanded.
Tor and Odin never caused any trouble to anyone when they were still living at their farm.
Indeed. All we can do is to slow down the progress of their dementia.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Take it easy.
It's all your fault!
Hey, nobody move! Get your hands off of my client!
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent.
Oh my
If you
god.
have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You
Wait, I
little
remember
goose
him.
won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
Reminds me so much of
Was that about,
that
Al?
goofball from Bayonetta.
Play of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
Is that also the voice of the lawyer from GTA Vice City?
Everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him.
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later.
Go, please.
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody.
I'd come
This
here
is
to
not
rent a
her
cabin
fault.
where I
She's
could
a
wait till
very
midnight.
Nice girl, and more importantly, a
Yeah,
fan.
like this. He just had his thoughts, and Barry is still talking. Why do they do that? Why do they let them cross each other? Like, there are certain instances where this works, like the one in the police station where you have the drunken guy screaming. That's okay, but like, this happens so much in video games. Buck-toothed Charlie, Colombian mammoth. Oh fuck. Skeleton of a Jurassic mammoth. This piece is around 14,000 years old. Estimated 14,000 years old. Was found in 1981 in L'Arbre Tarpitz. 1998 it was gifted to the Elderwood National Park and was declared the official mascot of Washington. The mammoth Bunny-toothed Charlie was given the name Bunny-toothed Charlie and is the mascot of the park. What? That's weird. Okay, Staatsfossil. It's a state fossil. Oh, it was declared the state fossil of Washington and is the symbol of the park. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I deserve a prize for... Ooh, nature knowledge. Yeah, I deserve a prize for direct translation here. This is cool. Small animals, lizards, Säugetiere, warm blood animals, and then you have the deer. And then you have me. Human. Can't get any better than this.
Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
No!
All of the
Look,
above.
Barry, I'm missing a week, and someone's got Alice, and everything's just...
Do you understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you
Wait
start
here.
confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Are we done yet? Are you going to hurt more insults
Wait
at
here.
me?
Easy there, boy. I'm almost
Oh.
done. Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Buck-toothed Charlie.
Okay, sure. What happened?
Crazy poachers. Max here got his foot caught in a trap. They're illegal to use here. Hell, you're not supposed to hunt within the park at all. But that doesn't stop some lowlifes. Well, at least Max is gonna be okay. He got lucky.
Specs.
Max is still groggy from the shot I gave him, and I'd rather not leave him alone just yet. The form's on the desk across from the mammoth skeleton.
Specs, eh? Like, seriously?
You can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in
Oh,
disaster.
we are pick up where we left.
To the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No, this whole thing is... Listen, you hit your head. I mean, geez, Al, come on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds. If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
Good. But yeah, bear traps in a public park. This is also a bit dangerous for humans, I believe.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too.
Look, Al.
Stupid.
You're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him.
Yes.
You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves, and eating a healthy diet of pills.
It's good. Yeah. Keep talking. We all love Barry talking. I like to imagine he didn't stop talking until it went night.
Goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help, and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
And clean out this place.
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be deliverance all over again.
You got enough to read?
Bless you.
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. I'll bet there's mold in here, spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission.
Okay, yeah, just as I expected, my...
Real funny, Al. Real funny. Ha ha! Thank you. I'll just sit here in the dark till you come back, or until I get eaten by a grue.
Yeah, my supplies are being resetted at the end of each level. I just had 20.
I didn't realize we were back in the 3rd grade here.
What? It's funny. Shut up. Okay, this one. Where's my gun? Yeah, everything is resetted to a certain degree. Or at least what they give me. So, knowing that I'm losing everything at the end of each level will lead... Well...
Wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Locking the door now.
Definitely lead me to me. I won't be so saving with the supplies. Thankfully, I've got that sentence finished. Century. Anything secret here? Ooh, no secrets. Also, why do they have a well here that is not reaching down? Just feng shui.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
Ooh. Okay, see that? See that? This is how you place a garbage container. Here is a road. They actually have access to that. Yeah, this is where he questions our sanity. Here? On, wait. Wait. Nope, nothing here either. Birds. Birds. Okay, but they're not evil yet. Okay, so when the fog gets all moving and the atmosphere. Oh wait. No. No, better not trust. Better not be too trusting. Hello.
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr. Nelson has just parked his rear end in the studio. Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to manage. No plan, really. Just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little too rickety to do much more than that, you know.
Oh, tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm going to check out the parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Oh, yeah. It's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape, though. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
That's right. Matter of fact, just caught a heck of a largemouth bass early this morning.
But you're not taking part in the fishing contest?
No, not this year. See, Pat, I'm just not that competitive.
Got to ramp up the electricity bill.
Take my time and enjoy the peace of it. It's no fun if I need to worry about what I'm catching, you know?
Now, considering your track record, the participants are probably pretty happy you feel that way.
Well, Pat, that's kind of you to say.
Oh, thankfully. I thought they were never get finished. So, when I'm going to the bathroom next time, I'm gonna Google those book titles, see if anything real comes up. Because then, just like with Deadly Premonition on my to-watch list, I will also have my to-read list expanded. I'm sorry, children! I didn't want to destroy your playground. Don't be angry with me. I'm going to turn off the gas in your house. Oh, can climb. Pine Cave, Lover's Peak, Elderwood Natural Trail. They parked strangely. The door's on the other side. What if you suddenly need something?
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Man in the Mirror.
Ooh, a Michael Jackson cameo. I've been waiting for this.
He's inside, Agent. He's a weird one.
So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
Had it coming?
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy. Normal. Took your kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here,
Assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists. Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
I didn't like his face?
Well, you must have hated it, because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game. But the white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark. Believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
Huh. Interdimensional mirror guy kills his doppelgangers. Or, you know, he's the doppelganger, so he kills his original copies. Yeah, some things we are just not meant to understand. Wait. This way. Supplies? Supplies! Oh no. Manuscript. I mean, whoo! Story, lore, yeah, love it. But still. Wait, it's a... Do not feed wildlife. Why not? They are hungry too. Rusty, yeah. Aha, shortcut. I'm a oh. I'm no genius. Wait. Hey, I'm standing below a...
The vision left me weak. This was no head injury. Rusty? Damn.
Rusty, hang on! I'm coming!
Oh.
Please, help me!
Yeah, see that? I'm slowly regenerating. That's good to know.
Help me!
Oh.
Help me!
Is the dog okay? First tell me if the dog is okay!
Anyone!
Hello?
Please help! Back here! I'm back here! Hey! Mr. Wake? Oh, hell. It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back. Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened.
Can I pet you for good luck? You here? Ah! Oh. Who you too then? Right? Nope. Oh, but the skeleton is still fine. That's a very robust skeleton.
The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on.
Park Ranger office. Yep. Be right. I didn't hear a clock. I have to put a clock in so I know it's open. It's door rules 101. Wait. Oh, I thought for a second there was a question mark on that. Oh. Oh.
I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on. Rusty! Rusty! The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
Oh, but I'm hearing barking, so that's good. Gotta remove those. We are smart.
Hunters need hunting licenses.
Hey, wait! Where did he pull that second axe from? Where did you get all those axes from? Is there an axe store? Like the deodorant? Please be okay, doggy.
Something
No!
had torn a minimum-sized hole in the wall.
Killed the doggy.
Please don't feed the animals. Fishing is only permitted for those visitors who purchase a park fishing license. Obey the park ranger's instructions at all times.
Rusty? Rusty, no!
Never approach closer than 100 yards. To bears and wolves, never approach any other wildlife closer than...
Wait. I can't keep up. Please give me a list.
It is against the law to remove any natural objects or historical artifacts from the park grounds.
Okay, I'm learning something. That's interesting. Keep on talking. Oh, but a dog. Ah! That was my first battery. Remember, were there zombie dogs in this game? The dog. We'll never find out. Ooh, checkpoint. Wait, what? Oh, looked like a manuscript there.
What the hell was that? I saw from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
Oh, it's 2007. I wished he had one of those flip phones. Picnic! And beer! These last thoughts, yeah, okay. Here? I'm like a bear. Searching for... Oh my god, I could have just run from here to here. But yeah, that's what's happening when you follow the path. So it helps to stray off the path sometimes. Yeah. For your safety, stay on the designated hiking trail. Obviously, we're not gonna do that.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
There are supplies here. Supplies, Hiker's Peak. When is it coming? Fine cave. Ah! Nice. I'm being rewarded for my hitchhiker mentality. Caves are a wonderful thing. They're old, wet. Like things. I like that the game tricks you. Like each time when you think, oh yes, another checkpoint, another checkpoint. Can feel safe now. Okay, this one I'm definitely going to. Oh my god, his eyes are glowing red. Masterfully done. If I was an actual survival author. Hiking trail. Motor vehicles prohibited. No littering. Dogs must be leashed. Oh, the dog. At all times. Oh! See that? If I focus, then my battery also slow. Okay, if I do that right, I maybe don't have to use a single battery. If I'm being exactly right, if I time it directly. My god, this is a good gameplay design. Barry meets Rose. Read that one too. Because what it means is if you play good, can save so much of materials. Yeah, no, I like this. It rewards your skill. Yeah, come on, Pyramid Head, where are you? Okay, no, no scattered manuscripts lying around. And I completely forgot where I am. I'm lost. I'm lost. Lost, I'm lost, I'm lost. And nothing here. Nobody should say that I didn't try. Ah, but we're smart. We're smart. Get in here. Get in here and get a hug by the light. Ah, no, I would have gotten a shotgun. What? You gone now? No! Over there. Yes, would you please? Thank you. Okay, but the light is not regenerating all that fast. Ah, what's he? I still did. Ah, damn it! Why was the freaking shotgun loaded? How stupid can you be? But yeah, I did save a battery just now. Or did I? I had 18 before. When did I use the great old one, folded by lightning in 1937. Ooh. What? Oh, there, the lightning hit. I thought it hit here for some reason, and not a high spot, as it usually would. Yeah, the AI is surprisingly smart in this game. Oof. Which is why it's all the more satisfying that I actually have a dash that works very fine. Ah! Oh, nice! But even if I hit 0, I don't necessarily need to use a battery. I still can also just wait. Okay. I genuinely didn't know all these things before. Learning so many new things today. More. Oh yeah, and straying off the path is also... There's also the risk all the time that we, that we not only run into a trap, but also that we just fall down somewhere. Ah! And these guys are very smart. They put some modern AI truly to shame. Really have to look out what you are doing. Okay, now let's run to the light. Don't have much left. Cares about a stupid book that I can sell to a publisher for millions of dollars and get fucking rich. Okay, search for the manuscript. Oh, there's nothing here. Somebody was unsatisfied with the customer service. Or, you know, had to wait for 2 hours in the waiting line, only to then be told that that all the answers he needs are on their website. So just visit www.telekom.com. Which is a true thing that happens. I'm giving him only headshots. Oh, hey, there's a manuscript. Ui. Do they also regenerate that shield? They put the survival in survival. Wait, is it new? No. That was the story about him seeing the painting on the the writing on the wall. Ha ha ha. My god, this is probably the actual title of that manuscript piece. That way? That way is safety state on the same. You're not the boss of me, shield. I could read, I would be very offended. Guys come from? Yeah. For your efforts, you get nothing. But I do have to appreciate it that they make a lot of room in these wood levels. That it really feels like an actual wood that you can get lost in. You know? That path is blocked off. Sleety. Man. Why don't I have a melee weapon? Dates from 1846, the year of the Oregon Treaty. Whoa. Wait, is there more text? No! This tree and his ring are from 1846. In this year, the Oregon Compromise was signed. Other events: 1853, the Washington Territorium was built. 1878, founding of Bright Falls Mining Corporation and the city itself. 1889, Washington becomes part of the Union. 1929, a forest fire. 1970, the Bright Falls Mining Corporation is closing down after a volcano eruption in the Cauldron Lake. 1980, eruption of Mount St. Helens. 1987, dies because of a storm. History. Like, this is actually something America has got us Germans beat. Like, really, like, they build history. You know, or at least they appreciate their history a lot more. Because, and also in a lot of places, because they don't have any history there, they just invent history, like Bigfoot and all the various phantasms. Phasmids. Phasmids. Okay, maybe now the path is clear. No. What do I kick it? Okay, I have to overlook. I have to have something that I overlooked. No, wait, I need to get, okay, I got it. I knew I saw something in the corner of my eye. After this is over, we're going to we are gonna put your typewriter on the treadmill, so that while you are writing, can do some sports. This is unbelievable. Huh? Wait, how do I? This? Get up this way? Okay. Maybe I think I might be on the completely. I think this is just accessory. Ooh. Brew tree. Yeah. But yeah, this is actually cool. Also, this is actually culturally a very cool thing that Americans have going on there. That they just take, which is often enough, just basic random crap, and they just build some history around it, or stories. That has something. It's creativity gone wild, and I like that. I'm lost. Woods, and I could use some help. But I also don't want to shoot at the wood now, because I feel like I'm going to lose all my remaining ammunition. Also because I only have. Wait. Since when are we paying tickets for anything? Yeah, Nightingales, that's the agent guy. Ooh. Elderwood National Forest. Don't break down, light. Please keep doors closed. Don't tell me what to do. Whee! Wah! Wah! Oh shit!
Come on, we gotta get moving. More of them coming. That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares won't keep the bastards away.
Yes. Military gear flashlights.
You can see them too? Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move. Why? Because that's the way the story goes.
Yeah, but...
Let's move!
I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake! You better keep up! You set him up, and I'll knock him down, Wake.
Yes, I think I was supposed to walk on the boat up the stairs. Ow. Do your job. Yes, fuck it. Ah, no! Shit. I'm supposed to keep it, Don't waste your ammunition. You know that, how the story goes. Then you know that they can only be hurt if... Ah! You're fucking useless. Like this, if I keep the button pressed. I think these lighters are not supposed to last this shortly. Do stuff.
Like that, boy? Huh?
How useless can a single person be? Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You just keep coming. Just die already, die! Lover's Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it.
Just gotta use my screwdriver.
Longer, scare them off.
I think the lighter lasts longer when I keep it in my hands.
Just a little longer. I almost got it.
I can see that.
Okay, it's open. Move it or lose it.
I'm gonna keep walking. Screw you.
Better get ready. They'll be on us soon.
Entering Lover's Peak. Ooh, do you brought me here to give me a kiss? Wait, is there anything special here? Like a script? Nope.
This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
Maybe I just need to let them come. Like, the closer they are to the NPC, the more easy he has it to hit them. And of course, everybody's still aiming for me, even though I am not the danger here. Oh no, they know how to climb. Behind us? Oh. Come on!
This is a piece of cake, Wake.
It's definitely not. Okay, I'm only gonna use flashlights now. Damn it.
Last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready.
Okay, I saw that there was
As long as they keep coming.
a can there.
Goddamn gun! They're coming!
I hope.
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
Yeah, me. See that? Me. Yeah, I'm blinding you. Oh.
It's them.
Maybe shouldn't fight each other.
That's what I got for you.
God damn it. It's a short attack to irritate them. I know. Give me the can. Okay, he did. Bye. Ahaha. Put it in your mouth. Ah, okay. Short blasts. This is most effective. After they have been... After their shield is down. Like, okay. But not when they protect themselves. God in heaven! Like, there's another guy who you could also attack. Just a suggestion.
Stop moving. That's what I got for you.
At least he is enthusiastic. No! Stupid ball.
See? Nothing to it.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were going to say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're going to bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's
Oh, thank you!
Or she's going to suffer bad.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna do it, bro.
You're going to give me the manuscript or you'll be sorry.
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
Read this already?
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
Yeah, it's a revolver. But I don't remember. Was there a chance to kill him somehow? Supplies. Another cave. Eh? Yes. So you don't want to pick them up. Doesn't mean I'm gonna let you, Alan. Obey your master. just turn on the sun, it will help you with vision. Well, it also makes all the enemies instantly dead. That's a brilliant idea. I'm just gonna sit here and wait. My wife can last a bit longer without me. Wait, why did I just cross this? Because I need to go this way. Still water? What? Oh, you mean the river? Pff, I don't know. I'm not a national park expert. The dark, forbidden forest. Dumbledore wouldn't approve. We are stuck. Oh yeah, that's true. I should maybe set up a... Ooh. Dangerous. Yes, I should maybe at some point set up a... Ow! I should set up a stretch.
Rusty had warned me about these.
Bitcoin is under 20. Oh, shit. Bitcoin is under 2. God damn it! Wait, come on. Why doesn't he release me? Good. Oof. Oof. Yes, I should maybe at some point set up a donation link. It's not a stupid idea. Why didn't I get around to do that? I know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Can't. But I don't want to waste ammunition just to shoot them down. Oh, whatever. Maybe I'm getting an achievement for that. Oh, thank you. Wait, Sarah thinks of Wake? I think I have not read that.
Sarah didn't care about the legal threats Wake's agent had made. She let Wake go without argument, because there was something about him she couldn't quite put her finger on, something that reminded her of her father. She didn't think Wake would hurt his wife. Then she thought about the way he waded into Hartman, that hair-trigger rage flaring up without warning.
Oh. Yeah, that's true. I never know where the $300 might come from. But on the other hand, dollars would be quite useless to me because I am dealing in euros. But I think you can just exchange every currency at the bank. Okay, wait, I think I'm walking in the wrong direction. Need to go there. There? Wait. No, I lost direction. Wait. Wait, this feels right. This feels right. Yeah, this all seems unfamiliar. Yes, I'm definitely on the right path. Or am I? No, I came from here. Shit. Try not to run into the bear traps again. Aha, this one is already activated. Do we just... Ah, this way. Right? Right? Yes! I got a good feeling about this. Clever girl. Forrest hates me. Only because I bought all that toilet paper 2 years ago. But it was Corona! It was Corona, damn it!
What the hell?
What is this? What is this? Looks like a chest. I can't open it. You don't surprise me. This is almost peaceful. No, 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 no! Come on. Aha! Loser!
The night had been one desperate situation after another. I was exhausted.
Ah, damn it. I thought I could listen listen to this even though I was still running. But yeah, I did already listen to this, so... Ha! Knew it. You were still there. But yeah, anticipate a guy with a chainsaw soon.
I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here, but it was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
Feel all the darkness saliva. Surprise, you are a surprise. Huh? The arrows have been lying to me. You can't trust random arrows in the woods anymore. Who can you trust? Wait, let's start over again. This points that direction. But there's nothing here. Stupid, mysterious helping hand. Or that arrow means something in the plane. That's also possible. Ah. Looking from here that way. Got to be up this hill. Or stone wall, whatever you want to call it. Do I just jump? Eh? Well, wait, this? These are two completely different directions, lady. Ah, okay, I get it. Yeah, I was supposed to get up on the... Yeah, I get it. I'm supposed to get up on that wing and run across. It's just like the Red Man in Portal. There's a very weird way of showing that. Wait. I just get back inside of the plane. Get out the other end. No. Just want you to hold on to that. Jump! Okay, no, that's definitely not the answer. Revenge! Ah! I'm supposed to get here. Yes, I get it. Yeah, I'm supposed to get up here and then... Okay, then I need to walk around. Somehow. This stone? Hey. And here we find also the supply quest, which was what I was looking for the entire time. Then how do I progress? What? Talented move on my part again. Oh my god, I definitely shouldn't conceive children. Stupid to figure... Oh wait, maybe we should just go on that obvious path here. Yep. Yeah. Big open field. I don't like it. Ouch. Okay, wait. Let's be a bit patient and wait until we are regenerated. Oh, this takes too long. Wait. No! no, 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 no. I like to live dangerously. Okay. But if you time it correctly, you can turn this thing on right in the moment they all surround you. Just bash them all away. Usually I'm not this lucky. Haha, you don't know how to throw. So when are we going to run into the witch from the Blair Witch Project? Feels appropriate if that would show up here. Hey, we are standing in the light. You playing against the rules. Damn it! Just let me reload real quick. And at the end of the game, it all turns out this wasn't some dark supernatural forces. It was all just the locals who were playing a very, very late game of Halloween scare tactics. Oh, it's not working. You want to be a CO2 neutral town. Yeah, climb. Don't stop. Enjoy the view. That's what I am here to do. Ah! No, 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 no. Okay, here. Ah. The German guy won, gravity 0. Much, don't mind if I do. Can we make some bread here? I'm feeling kind of hungry. Look, we've got the floor. We could do this. We could do this if we want. Your script. How do I get up there? Deputies, yeah, okay, whatever. Care, don't care, don't care. That means I do care. Just happen to have that already. And does this door lead? Ah! Use your environment. Smart. In Elderwood?
When Barry saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer. The men Al said he'd shot, they hadn't been just locals on crank. Somehow the world had changed, like the channel had been switched without warning. You think you're watching a sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show.
I read that already at the beginning.
When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
So we know what's going on with Barry. I think it's better if I do actually read the manuscripts all then when I get them, and when I'm done with a chapter, then I'm looking over all of that and see if there's anything that I didn't get. You are just dumb wood. Think I'm scared of you? I'm writing on you. The darkness wears her skin. These things are a good way to defend yourself. Basically like having a shield around you. Haha. I'm a climber. Ow! Stupid splinter in the wood. Nice. So many shotguns. Gotta keep the deer population down. And other things. Like the teenagers. Before they multiply too much. There are ghost ravens in this game, but I don't... Well, I don't think there were ghost bats. Focus! Harder! God, we got two of these guys. Huh? Are you okay? That's how it looked like when you looked over. Out of the woods. Almost out. Drop hazard. Don't tell me what to do. Geronimo! Head bang! What? Wait, what? Oh. My revolver is too full.
Is a hazardous occupation.
Chainsaw guy! Yeah, okay, we got a little final boss for this level. Eat this! Yeah, the level should be over now. I don't think there's more enemies coming after this. Secrets here? It's not. Just more scary woods. Why don't these things die when the moonlight shines on them? That's kind of like light. Oh yes. The poor old man. Can't run for too long.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What, am I crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on.
Hitchcock, more references. Camping grounds. Okay, we are back.
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
This game has such a good way to easily restock you.
I'd have to get the car from the locked garage. It would get me back to Barry faster, and the headlights were a welcome bonus.
Good thinking.
The FBI agent.
Ah, yes. Right. Usually in video games there's always... Why are there no toilets? Are they just shitting on the ground and then someone later comes to pick it up? These toilets are a work in progress. Right here.
I had to find the key to the garage.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
But there are a lot of writers out there who don't seem to be that bothered by an inconsistent story. And now the battery is empty on that car. We can't use it anymore. No! Yes, the driving. The only part of the game that feels a bit off in comparison to the rest of the game. Yes, I know. Jeez. Nice, I can focus my nice. Auto scooter. Probably drive around here and find some Morse manuscript. But I mean, look at this. There's so much space here. Woohoo! The driving still fits, but still feels weird. In thrillers you usually do have car chases. Oh, but my auto battery also has a... What happens if I make it empty? My car then not work anymore? Probably something like that. Then I have to push it. Complete the level. Okay. Yeah. More room? Is it not? Start the match. Yeah.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
No! Ah! I wanted to use that, but not just yet. Okay. Why are you not focusing? Always with this stupid axe throwing. One quick headshot. Could I maybe get a band-aid? Some tea? Oh, thank you.
It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
It's not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
Other people deal in tons of drugs, or gold, or treasure. Yeah, I want that book.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
Evil birds. Darkness controls the Taken. No shit. Fight them, or do I just walk into the house? I'm gonna just...
So glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
Can I get inside? Of course not. He wants me to clear that out. Yes! Give it to me. Really just need one good hit. My flare gun here. One. Most annoying. Yes, I totally forgot how annoying these enemies were. Because you're killing them so slowly. Ah, that was a good hit. See you, I see you. Ah. Oh my god. My batteries don't fill up the entire flashlight anymore. Only half. And all of these birds you will have to fight. You are not getting in the house until every single last one is dead. Okay, wait. Let them attack you. Eat modern technology. Oh shit! Shit, I don't have these things anymore. Why? I didn't even notice.
Barry, you can open the door now. They're gone.
Oh, more batteries. Thank you.
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Damn writer's block. Damn writer's block.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour. See you soon.
And I'm absolutely not mind controlled.
Hey, hope you come back soon. Welcome to the old dear diner.
Good girl.
Oh, poor Rose. Ba-da-ba-ba, this might be copyright music. Copyright music. Copyright music. Camera zooming out. Camera zooming out. Trailer park. Alan Wake. Flashlight. Voll cool.
Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice? You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again. I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff.
FBI.
Let's make this quick, huh?
Actually, it's the...
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives.
Apparently this place was built on an Indian burial ground, which in turn was built on a former Umbrella Corporation factory.
Place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Why is there a boat upside down? Why is there a boat? Is that for rent? Can I live in a boat on land? Is that even legal?
Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
I might find here. Somebody's baking a cake. Chopping wood with a chainsaw.
Come on, mister. I'll take you to Rose's trailer.
Yeah, I was just looking around. Chill. Nice. A hot dog stand right next to your home. How much more could you want? Somebody
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
I'm talking to you, military pants man. I'm talking to my friend Al. Yeah, keep talking.
Well, mister, this here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
How much does it cost to live in a trailer? I mean, it looks a bit small, but from the amount of space, it should be just as much as I have in my place. That could be enough to have a kitchen, bathroom, place to sleep, and then another place to stream and do internet videos. Hey, what's up, everybody? My 1 million followers. I'm back in my trailer and I'm ready for a night of streaming. But there's got to be people who stream from a trailer park, right?
Welcome to... Oh dear. Mr. Wake.
I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh, yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good.
Do you like some
Rose.
death with that?
My manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry? She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al, what's... Oh...
Barry! What?
Like that flashing in their face. Also, for a moment when we opened the door.
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
Oh, the creepy fangirl room.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
And for a moment I was gonna say, yeah, this is definitely going to turn into that one story by Stephen King where some super psychotic obsessed fan keeps him the entire time, the author of her favorite book series, strapped in her bedroom
Rose took
all
a day
year
from me.
long.
I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there.
I think she
Would
needs
you like to hear today's specials?
lots of light.
Thank you. A nice
Put a
day.
flashlight on her. Maybe that cures her. Gets the darkness out of her blood
Gun
cells.
and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get...
Oh yeah, right. This is a new chapter. So are we... I mean, all of, like, most of the manuscripts that we are having, that we are getting, take place before something happens in the story. So it's... So, but a handful are meant to be found in certain areas.
Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Oh, without a gun. Yeah, come on, I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna listen to this before I continue with the story. But for that, I'm gonna play a bit more because
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. but I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, Pat, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I ain't the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know? I just...
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
I had a, argument with Danny. You know Danny, and, then I got in trouble with the law, you know, and,
How appropriate.
I heard something like that, Walt.
That the story is taking place with these empty beer cans.
just alone here at the window, you know, waiting. Man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. You know, something's gonna happen. You know, I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
Yay! Creepy, ghostly music. Yeah, wait. Now I am in the mood for some stories.
Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
Uh-oh.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the writer on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
Ah, so there's an evil spirit living in this town, and rock stars woke it up. It fits.
Nightingale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. "Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you?" Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation.
Oh, this one is new.
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes when he wanted answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say. The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again.
Alright! I completely forgot about this. Yeah, later there are objects that try to kill you too. Yes!
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me. The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
So these are all scattered. Some take place way later in the story, and some are just immediately after you pick them up.
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in a dreamland where everything was drawn in black and gray crayons. The old lady had promised her that all her wishes would come true. She would be Alan Wake's muse. She was smiling so hard it hurt her face. She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills into the coffee. Deep down inside, she was screaming in terror. Danny had stepped out, but what stumbled back in was something else. Something alien. A monster. Walter tried to kill it, first with his fists, then a chair. It wouldn't die. Instead, it kept coming, unaffected by the beating it had taken. After Walter managed to kick it down the cellar stairs, fear took over. He ran, got behind the wheel, gunned the engine. The booze wouldn't make him forget, but he knew he had to try. The bulldozer's engine roared to life. Mud and rocks flew as it fought for traction. It crashed through the concrete wall and landed heavily in the yard. If it were an animal, it would have shaken its head after the impact, fixed its eyes on me, and charged. Of course, it had no head, nor eyes. Shadows crawled on its form, twisting it into a monster. Then, it came for me. With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing in through the broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good. When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
Ah, Thomas Zane was the other author who apparently killed himself. So that was that was the story there. The darkness was his muse for a while before the author realized what it was doing, what it was planning to do. Probably destroy the world with books. That's where the Twilight Saga came from.
Some of the Taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the Dark Presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him. I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent. Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight. Something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan. Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him, the unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought, just let me get through this. Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the Wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
I just realized Cauldron Lake. What is usually associated with a cauldron? Correct. Witchcraft.
I tried to hold on to Alice, but her form melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The hunters were big, thick-set men, confident and at home in the woods. They were feeling good, running on beer, ghost stories, and camaraderie late into the night. It did them no good, as they were taken by the dark presence, sucked deep into a darkness far worse than any ghost story they ever told or heard.
Yeah, I don't want to be taken over by darkness.
Lightning flashed behind the windows of Cauldron Lake Lodge. Tor Anderson laughed and held the steel hammer above his head. Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with all his might on Sinclair's head. "We're on a comeback tour, baby."
Okay, wait, this was all from chapter 3, did I? Yep, I forgot some. I have no idea where to find them. Ah, damn it. Yeah, whatever, I'm not a completionist. I'm not going to scout endless square miles of video game land just to find a piece of paper.
You're gonna get it now.
Of course, I can also look it up on YouTube.
This is Agent Nightingale, FBI. Get him up, Hemingway. You're under arrest. You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face. Stay right where
Nightingale. Oh, very clever. That shot went very close. Matrix!
What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac.
You know they would have made a Matrix reference if...
I hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on. Make it easy on him.
Get out to it. Don't let him get away. Move it, move it, move it. I'll have you shot if you let him get away.
I didn't do it! I didn't do it! Don't look at my browser history! I didn't do it! And if I did, she deserved it, that bitch! For sleeping with my brother! But I didn't do it! Faster! Ah, don't look down, don't look down, don't look!
We have the suspect in sight.
Okay, men. Keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here.
Run, run!
Keep looking.
Oh, damn.
Fan out. Over here.
Ah. Stop using flares! That might cause a forest fire. And how did Smokey always say? Only you can prevent stuff from happening. That's right. That's what Smokey said. At least as much as I care to remember. Smokey was a nerd. With safety rules.
He's gone. Come on, guys. We need to head him off.
That's that police easily has given up. Oh no! police wants a word with me, the darkness wants a word with me. Everybody wants a piece of me. If I had known this, I would have never joined my writing class. It's cool. Hobby writer forum. I don't know, how does one become a writer? It usually just happens when you write in your private time and then eventually send it to a publisher. And the publisher says, hey, that's cool, we're gonna publish it. And then you are expected to write more. Right? That's how I know it. Hey, don't be so rough on them. They're gonna think I killed 50 policemen.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
And this is a good opportunity for me to make a quick pause. I will be right back. And we are back with more Alan Wake, the video game, not any of his books. I'm not doing although that's probably something that exists too. People just reading their own personal fanfiction streams. If people like it. If it makes them happy. Yeah. Better. No! Wait, yes, come over here.
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
If you shoot at me immediately after spotting me, that doesn't put much confidence in your capturing abilities. Ah ha ha ha. Death by crows. So, might we get some resources, please? Ooh! Ooh! Ah! Oh! Beautiful. I love it. Couldn't have done it better myself.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, Mulligan, what are you doing? Come on.
Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, if you know what I mean. Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over. Oh, yeah, I'll bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
You know what this reminds me of? The game Firewatch. That was also about a writer trying to get inspiration for just, you know, a Firewatch tower. Did they know? No, wait. Firewatch came out later.
That the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine.
Only hope. Radio station. Yeah. And here we go.
Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light.
Should get a light. We.
There was no power to the searchlight.
Yes, 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 yes! Ooh, that's a very safe cable. Totally not a fire hazard. Well, the Firewatch is close by, so...
The old generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again.
What? Fixing. Bam. Wait, so this is with a time limit. Yes. Destroyed you, metal. Light. Melted you on the spot. Always look behind every corner, every spot. There might be something hidden there. Oh, you don't scare me. Woohoo! A light. But no gun. Ah, policeman.
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Well, gotta admit, I'm a very, very awesome criminal. I can kill all of these policemen all by myself. Oh, what an army! Policemen just for a single murderer. That's a bit overdone. Overdoing it. Or overdone in the sense that I'm a steak. And well done.
And here's another call. You're on KBF-FM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10-15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Oh, it looks like we got another caller. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Don't believe them what they say. I didn't kill that bitch. I didn't kill that bitch. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Gotta all put them in one place. Ah. Yeah, that was hilariously bad. But I pressed the not getting killed button. Oh wait. Oh, get evil presence. It's coming over the land. This time I was. This time I did press it in the right moment, but I dashed in towards him, not away from him. That was... yeah, stupid. Oh, policemen! They are here to help. Gone. At least grenades. Is that another gas station? Or definitely gas station or store, something like that. I love it when an explosion kills a bunch of enemies all at once. Gives off good vibes. Oh, we are already there. Actually, there's no point in. Whatever.
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
trailer park. Of course you're going to have trouble in a place like that. I mean, what do you expect?
Oh, this is light. Okay. Hey, am I annoying you? Am I annoying you? Wait a second. There's some kind of idiot out there.
Well, thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint, Lorna.
The night? Oh, the voice of Pat Main. All night, every night. That's nice. He's old. What else is he going to do?
Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in, folks. I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview. Come on in, Mr. Wake. Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
What did you do?
Whoa, everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
Oh, is this a new radio play?
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
Ah! Glass on the hand. Ah!
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
Wait, did I?
Nightingale stared through the broken studio window.
Ah, no, yes, I did listen to this. Somehow I can't switch between these two. I just don't know. Ah, like this. Okay. This time I definitely need to. Oh wait, I could have just dropped the flash. Ah, okay, it's a strategy for next time. Ah! You can't hurt me, and now I have something to hurt you. Because I'm a smart writer man. You are just a figment of my imagination that came to life because of interdimensional demonic powers. Okay, that sounds a lot more scary than everything that I am. Take that, Farmer Joe. You too, Farmer Jenkins. Something there. Some kind of green light. Ah.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
As if the author had no other way to come up with a better explanation than to just have them be here. Light can hurt them. Okay, wait. Ah, okay, they turn off after a while. I think I could have just here two to the left found something extraordinary, at least I hope. Here on the left side there was more room still. Ugh. Yeah, like enemies. Okay, just found more enemies here. Nice. Immediately exploded. Come on. Got to be something here. Something, please. am I? What's the right path forward? I feel like this is the right path forward, but I... Okay, wait, I'm gonna return to the hut real quick, because I think there is more ammunition stuff there. This big mountain is where I'm supposed to be. Obviously, there are more enemies. I feel like they spawn infinitely. Is that possible? These moments when the enemy is right behind you. No, I am going to kill them. This guy now. Ha! See? Worth it. Cost me all of my life, but it was worth it. Wait, there is something. Mission? Yes! Okay, see, it was definitely worth it coming back here. Damn it. Okay, wait. Just one. Really quick. Yes. It's most of them. Yeah. Could have been better, but okay, now I feel like what's on the mountain? You know what? I am gonna go to the mountain now. Because I feel like, because, first of all, the fog was getting heavier. And because on this spot there was something he said. Like, it looked like it was supposed to be here for me. Which implies to me that there was story for me to continue. And definitely need to make a decision now, because a decision in the sense that I take a path and stick to it, because these guys really are endlessly respawning, and ammunition is not, unless of course there's an ammunition crate soon. Oh my god, how far is this getting up? Oh! Oh, see, this forest thing was the extra content, because I was supposed to be here at the radio tower. I'm not walking back. No, I got a shotgun. That's all I needed. Not gonna walk towards evil forest again. Unless, of course, I must. Unless, of course, there's just a bunch of loot there, and it sends me right back. Like a manuscript. The author scavenging everything that was around, and walked around for several minutes until he discovered he had to go back. Great! A few flares! Wow, that was worth it. Seriously? 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 2 flares. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Wow. Wow. But you know what they say, down is easier than up, so... And if I had a bicycle now, this would even go faster. Or a skateboard. And beaten up by some stupid crows. At least it's not that big of a... Ooh! That big of an army. I still don't know what these things do. Equip them somehow? No. Why do crows have to make such scary noises? So wait. Flare gun. Flares. Was I supposed to walk all the way up there, get the manuscript, and then use the flares for the incoming crows? But the only reason to get up there was because of a manuscript. But too bad for you, game, because I'm such a freaking good pro gamer. I am gonna kill all these crows even without losing a single battery or flare. That's how freaking awesome I am. So I got surplus resources after this. Ah, you don't win, game. You don't win. Only I win. This game feels more like Silent Hill than Silent Hill does at this time. Oh wait, when did Silent Hill 6 came out? The bad one? It was a few years later after this, right? Wait, is there another light? Probably. This is still after me. Oh, hi! Manuscript. Oh yes, I'm being attacked by a bulldozer. Great. Can't get through here. No. They got control of Bob the Builder. Ooh. Oh, looked like something precious. Something precious on the ground. Hey! Found you! Sarah is mistrusting. Nightingale. None of this is new. Ooh, train! Take me with you! And what if somebody is walking through the woods and doesn't have the exact fitting flashlight for the batteries that you provide here? What then? They are lost forever and die. They just die. Should have bought the right product. Wait. Put the water here. So.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. I'm so afraid. Keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
She is just like Rose being mind controlled. How does stuff like this happen? Like, this is authentic. This happens all the time, that stuff just lies around somewhere. But like, how? How? Somebody must have put this, these barrels and stuff and building materials somewhere and just left them there? This happens with factories also all the time. That you have random barrels and stuff that hasn't been used in ages just lying around. This is pretty authentic. This happens. But like,
I could see a railway bridge up ahead and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
But like, no, like somebody puts them there and no one picks them up ever? Why? This is a waste of money. Light, precious light.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Even felt insect bites on my leg. Oh yeah, right. It's attacking me now with objects. Ah! Ah! Okay, fuck you. Hey!
I hoped I could find a car from there.
Think you're so smart, huh? Wait, while I'm still here on this side, see if there's some still over here. Still. Fine. Have it your way. Ha 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 ha! Well, good thing that I died. Things that people say. Right. Thank you, mysterious person. Ah! Yep, this surprised me. And headshot. I like this semi Resident Evil 1 free aiming system that they have. Like, you do, like, let's say for example this stump is an enemy. When you aim like this, you would have a headshot, but also when it moves and you have still like this a bit past it, but you just moved in its general direction, and then you still shoot, you're still gonna hit it. That's a very interesting feeling how it plays. Okay, so now don't screw this up again, so that you don't have to walk to the little hut again.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. What the hell?
Okay, just, you know what, just die. Or like this. Most annoying enemies in the world. Most annoying enemies in the world. I forgot. This game has more enemy variety as like some other horror games. But this is good. This actually does think, okay, how can we make this more interesting? Okay, have the darkness not only control people, but also things. It also now in the sequel, which I hope maybe someday comes, controls animals or something. That would be also awesome. Wait, it's already controlling animals. But, you know, more animals. Wake and dark in the lodge.
I slammed the door shut right in his smile.
Ah, yes. The smog face. This comes way later.
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books.
True.
No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Brighter light. Nice. Especially now for objects. This is also pretty cool. Walk now in this yard, and you know anything can come to light. To life. If it came to light, that would be actually good for me. It's exploding. Nah. Regular enemies. Come on. Yes. Was my last flash grenade. And done. Done. Don't think. Move. Why do they still hit me? Okay. In light, you can... Well, if I hadn't figured this out by now, I would be dead 100 times over. But thanks for the advice. Tutorial text that keeps appearing even if you are almost near the end game. Ooh, is this my favorite show? Yes! Go out of the way.
Granted, unaware that they are merely a thin
To watch.
veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs.
Oh, sorry. Every single time.
Tonight's episode.
Sorry. Just wanted to do this. Not
Journalist Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition. But you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derlet.
Well, I guess that's the least I... What would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
What did you...
Oh, Mr. Derlet, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 young, and all shall be glory. Shh, darling, be calm. Shh.
Alvin Derlet learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit.
In Night Spring. Yeah, going full on Lovecraft. Or just Resident Evil. Which, you know, yeah, not all, but a lot of horror is inspired by Lovecraft. It's just, even if it's just insects going insecty. Right, bulldozer. Here we go. Wished I had kept my grenades. Ow! That hurts. The fact that this thing doesn't care at all. Thanks. That helped. No! Okay. The bulldozer has got to go down first. Because that's gonna just spawn infinite enemies. No! Whatever, I'm gonna edit that out later. I'm gonna say first try. Just focus your light on this thing. Just... yeah, just spam. Yes! Nice. Oh, would hate it if I'm not getting killed by a regular enemy. Nice. And avoided fighting against some more regular enemies. Very nice. Oh man. Maximum. Batteries 2. Wait. If I'm gonna lead. Nah, maybe there are some flashlights over there. Never know. at least something. Yeah, I'm pretty loaded up. I think don't need to take care of, need to look after resources anymore. The level is probably going to be over anyway, a moment. Driving cars. Oh, we are done.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now. Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
Fuck that. Wait, can I drive back?
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the Dark Presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity. Even during daytime, I was being stalked. The bridge must have collapsed only moments after I'd crossed it.
Yeah. Darkness is always there. In every shadow of every tree. Stay away from the shadows. Stay away. Oh no. Ah! Imagine if I walk that. Can I switch cars? Actually, no reason why I should, but that car is sweeter. That's why I'm changing it. Also, when you are a fugitive, you should switch cars as fast as possible, as often as possible. That confuses the authorities. Wait. Looked like a big forest over there. Missing something. Ah. H. What? Can I sit down? Ah, okay. Still don't know what this does. Doesn't raise my maximum HP. As far as I can tell. Doesn't heal me. Maybe it's just a collector's item. Okay. Yeah, driving the rest, okay? Collapse on the floor. Yeah. Whatever. Good manufactured cars can withstand it. Good bandwagon. Ah, yes, and the driving itself in Alan Wake also feels a bit strange. Like, this game was clean. Like, definitely the driving was done last in this game. This was really just, yeah, whatever. Let's have one extra thing. What, we only have 2 more weeks time? Well then, be fast about it. This they had done the driving better, this game would have been perfect. But you can't have everything.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF-FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now, because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
Aww. It's not often you get an apology from the radio man. He knows what he did. Road ends. No, the road goes further. This looks like coal mine thing stuff. The controls are fucked up. Ah, okay. Thought I could maybe. Yeah. Fine. Is it because I drove a car that the controls are so strange right now? It has to get used to the actual good controls again. Ah, reading. Oh, this is even a new one. Nice.
For Mott, spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Mott hadn't been impressed. He'd gotten a good long look at the wife, though, and he liked what he saw. Mott had fantasized about goading Wake into a fight, but it hadn't happened. Still, he'd get his chance to see if the writer had anything in him. He'd been promised as much.
Somebody that I used to know. No, Mott was sent by someone. Interesting.
I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
Not a very well renovated museum, I take it. Just where somebody switched out the sign coal mine to museum and left it at that. Miss Parker, why did this coal mine shut down? Oh, because of all the accidents. But they fixed those, right? No! Oh. More knowledge. History dump. Bright Falls Coal Mine Museum. Even though the area was colonized early, the actual foundation of Bright Falls was the result of the mining company and their coal mine in 1878. Although the work was hard and dangerous, many immigrants worked here. Among others, Germans, Poles, Italians, Finns, and Swedes. Yeah, perfect translation. You can leave it at that. But I think, compared to the other first times, I did this pretty good. Oh, wait, I could also read it like, wait. Text even read like this? Germans. Oh my god. Yes, I could have just written off road off this way. But not all of them. But you know what? I'm gonna try it anyway, because this keeps the old brain machine trained. Even though the mining resulted in great profit in the 20th century, it steadily went down. There were still plentiful resources which could be obtained, but the Vulcan? No, not Mr. Spock. The geographic phenomena. The volcanic activity in the area brought down mining shafts and made it even more dangerous. Ah! Yeah, looking at the text down below, my translation wasn't all that bad. It got the meaning across. If I had more time, I would give you a proper translation. Oh yay, more text! The volcanic eruption on the Cauldron Lake in 1970 flooded the tunnels. Cutting it short. 32 mining workers lost their lives, and all mining activity in Bright Falls was came finally to a halt. Today, the building is a historical monument. Yeah, and landmark, yes. Yeah, there was a nice museum. Let's turn around.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Darkness got to him first.
Wake!
Where the hell are you?
Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around by you.
You want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello! Ah! I'm gonna kill him!
Yes,
I had to get to Mirror Peak.
Ah.
It was close. Maybe closer than ever before.
And at a school is having a late night exploration of the museum. And this, children, is how it sounded like when there was a mining accident. Oh, press the button again. Oh, nice. I kept some of the of course, yeah, because the level wasn't done yet. That's why I kept my resources from last time. Well, last time from... it's not even over.
Vermont. Spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment.
Oh, yes. Oh, wait, this one.
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jack.
Ah yes, this was about the old author was tricked by the entity. Say something about my skills when I already am at maximum ammunition. To conserve ammo. Ah. Ah! Yes, I hated those. Because there's no way that you can avoid them. At least not as good. Yeah. See what I mean? Ooh, black and white. We are making a noir adaptation. My novels. Well, I mean, thrillers do have a lot of noir influences, so... You are gonna get it alive? Oh, okay. Angry refrigerators. You think I'm just walking in there? You are dumb. Yeah, no.
What the hell?
Hurricane of Darkness. Take notes, Kingdom Hearts.
The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
So I have to turn off the electricity first. Come on, armies. Come on. Send your worst at me. No, you want to. Get them all in one spot. On. Yes! Feels good. Wait. Stone. Oh. Feel like there was one more. Is there? There's someone walking all the way to the right. I think I got him then. At least I hope I got him. Wait. Just... yeah, this is just for falling down. Turn off the electricity. That's a good idea. Time for another bulldozer. Do your worst. Ha! But not like that. Can I just not pick? Can I just pick that up? It didn't do anything. That's my favorite kind of train. Those that don't work. Hang. Ah! You know what? Screw you. No! Yeah. No! Why did I? Okay, wait. I need another well-placed grenade. Okay, didn't got all of them, but still. Feels like a blowjob still. Yeah, but just like I said, the AI is really smart. They encircle you, they try to attack you from behind. That is still very much better than a lot of other enemies in other games. Even years later, even decades later. If this game really is from 2008 or 7. And there goes all of my ammunition. Guess I can't go where I came from. Oh, because I went down the slide. So no resupply. Oh. I couldn't... no. Driving in a car is not fun. I'd rather kill them this way. Here's Billy. Is there a way for you to just throw them? Ooh, he has a helmet on. He takes care of his safety. Commendable. What was that? Everything empty except one can of beans. They are for all the 2,000 employees, so share them good. God damn it! Wait, the wall wanted to talk to me. It was no one in the dark. My god, not even my wife. When I'm doing the sex with her, we have the lights turned off. How do they do that when the wife is scared of the dark? Okay, that with the red chair, that is something that could have easily been in control. Wake is being touched by dark. Ah, yeah, there. It's describing that it can't take over Wake completely. It can only touch him because it needs his mind working for him to write a proper manuscript. I was paying attention. I always do. Does that tickle you? Yes! Flash grenades!
There was no way the flashbang grenades were Standard Power Company equipment.
Yes! Yes, they are. They are for, the underground trucks that try to defend their kingdom against the human invaders. That's what they are for. Just so you know, the truck started it. So turn this on when I'm... No, not. I don't know if that has a point that I'm doing that, but I'm doing it anyway. Okay, these one definitely. They're gonna hurt me if I step into them. Get up here. Get up here. Come on. Haha. Like rats in the trap. Like lemmings. Lemming? Lemminger? Lemmings. Yeah, lemmings. It's correct. One lemming, multiple lemmings. Gonna get him down. Yes! Didn't waste my energy. Well, I don't need to because... Okay. I did push down for the flash grenade. And still he did throw the flares. I don't understand. Does he need a moment to actually equip them? I guess so. And I'm stuck here. Oh. Ah, I was walking once again against the tree. Faster! And another close call. Yeah, and now I didn't want it to. Now, when I didn't want him to, he actually does. It's so typical. Now I'm forced to switch to heavy machinery. See what you are forcing me to do. You know what would be a cool idea? Because I'm just seeing that here with the fog on the ground. What would be a cool idea to for a horror movie or game, you walk on heavy fog, or you see a character in the movie walk on this very heavy fog, and then you see, without noticing, that it slowly turns into spider webs, or huge spiders. That would be such a cool, if done right, that would be an awesome transition. Supplies. Oh, of course, the Batcave. The Batcave always has supplies. Yes. Oh, yes. Do damage with those. Well, the people in this town are giving their children a lot of milk to drink. Considering that they have these walking 2-ton bolts running around every 5 minutes. Well, it is a town full of lumberjacks, so that's on top of that.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Yes, see that? Pump gun. Better than shotgun. Because it has more than just one shot. No, 2 shots. Oh, America. Never change. No, actually change. You're running around with this equipment through the woods. You know you have become an action hero. Okay, the assault seems to be unending now. I think it's not gonna get any easier than this. Yeah? Oh yeah? I am the mighty powerful hunter, and you, the ghost man, weakling. Turn it on. Turn it on. What a shitty product. What a shitty lamp if you have to turn it on every 5 minutes again. Of course, none of my guns are actually full. Okay, now what I should have done. Place. Is this even the... Oh. Now also go this way. Scout a bit more. I think there's also a hut over there. Is there? No, there seems nothing there. No, forget it. Forget it. Darkness is reloading. I'm not much longer.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
Cold feeling was manifest in my intestines. After I farted very loud, I felt better. No. Oh, coward. Who hides behind a grave? Ha 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 ha. Turn on. Checkpoint. Sometimes you just gotta turn on the light switch. What was that? Looked like crows. At least it had feathers. Or the dust on the ground was moving.
The place was dead. A ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
Yep, I knew it. Throwing stuff at me. Close. Got to be a way for me to get inside. Who builds a house with no doors? Doesn't make sense. That doors, they were locked from the inside. They walked through the windows, I guess. Drake and Cassie, what was this about?
Things were never as simple in real life.
Ah yes, that things are not as simple in real life. Yeah. Wish that writer's block was actually something tangible too. Not funny, Gravity. That writer's block was actually something tangible to beat up, get rid of. Nope. Just like with depression and insecurity, that's how it... You can just sit there and take it, and take it, and take it, and then it goes away. Okay, this can't be deciphered from this perspective, so Grey Peak, George. The mining city Grey Peak was founded 1928 and was the town the mining company erected for its employees. The graveyard is a testament to the dangers the mining workers were subjected to daily. Most men in their lifetime and lost their life in time and were buried there. A dark warning for that demands no wait. A dark warning for all the survivors. Grey Peak, George was left overnight as Bright Falls Mining Company 1970 was closed down. Bad luck after bad luck. All in this town. Yes. Like, just the idea, you know? Left for over 100 years or 50 years. What those modern and batteries, they are not even unpacked. Okay, we will find out why that is later. It does make sense, actually, within the context of the game. Somebody has been putting all of these down randomly for us to find and help us fight off Dark Shadow Man. Here for us to obtain. Nope. You are, yeah. I was gonna say, you are blocking my path. You just have to come alive. And truck 2. Ah, as long as I stand behind a wooden wall, you can do anything. Now I need to restock. That little stunt cost me 5 batteries. I didn't know flashlights had a laser function on them. Can I also reheat my food with that? A portable microwave. A handheld microwave. Okay, wait. Let's be smart here. Okay, now let's be direct. Or let's get ourselves killed. Oh, Thomas the Tank Engine is evil. Sheesh. That thing does a lot of damage. But as long as you are behind all of that crap, should be safe. Oh, wait. I think there might be... Ah, keys. I knew that. Didn't. Ah, see? This is the sound that I wanted to hear. The click. This is how a door opening sounds like. Oh. Oh shit. I've got a lot of those. Could have used them earlier.
Anything outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
So, you got like there's really a lot of layers to this. You've got the actual story, what is just happening in the game. You've got the secondary story, the story that Alan Wake writes, and the story that is the story that is piecing this whole thing together. Wait, what? No, hunting rifle was the one with only 2 shots. No, thank you. Is this better? Got 11. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna try this out. Or you know, I didn't explain this correctly. The stuff that only helps, the stuff that only happens in the game, the stuff that Alan Wake writes, and the stuff that is happening in the background. That's how I should have formulated it. Or phrased it. On one hand, you have only Alan Wake trying to get his wife back, while he writes a story that he is experiencing, and the reason for that story existing is another story of a dark god that manipulates in the background.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
Oh shit, it's time I use those flare guns. It's the most powerful gun game for a reason.
Birds.
Birds. My god. Hey, look away. Let them attack me. Okay, but now with the birds and the flashlight here, you can clearly see that how much brighter this lamp is. And the other one. Oh. No!
Birds.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Not even a single scratch. Scratch? Language is hard. Silver mine. Lots of healthy stuff in the air. Put in. All the brain-eating fungus. Pretty. Tunnels got cauldron. Wait, what? Tunnels go to Cauldron Lake. Oh. Wife. Totally not misleading.
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain.
Totally not a trap. Deeper and deeper. You could stop moving.
I gotta get out of here.
It's the lake. Ooh. Oh, lake. Lake water evil. Wait. Oh, nice. Best hunters?
The hunters were big, thick-set.
Ah, yes. Story about the hunters just trying to have a beer in the woods. And then you get possessed, as it happens. Dare you to send enemies after me now? Because I'm... like, that would be feel like a punishment. Like, look at me, I'm so interesting and I'm so grabbed by the story that I want to know more. Unlock an extra cutscene. Then you punish me for it. But no, the game did not do it. Now they're enemies. I wasn't even going that way. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this one in your face. Oh. Okay, now they are scattered too far. The lightning pistol is really good if you have a big crowd. Big condensed crowd. That would be nice now. Left. Always left. Lefty. Oh. Was short. Now, here's a quick reference to those monsters from Until Dawn. That would be awesome. No, wait. Until Dawn came out like in 2016. God! Sometimes forget how old stuff can be.
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Should. Wait. Wish this was a co-op game. Then I had another guy just, you know, doing that for me now. You know, if your crane is turning this big just by going upwards, you have a badly... You desperately need someone to look that over, because that's not good. Wait, what? Oh, I need to get even higher. Okay. Like if it's turning this way, like whoa. Safety inspector is screaming in his bed. All the nightmares you are putting him through. Hey, wait. I get it. That riddle isn't too hard. Here, look at this. And look at this. And riddle is solved. Oh. Moss! That means it's pointing towards civilization. Ah! That's just a helping hand trying out a new color for us to follow. This moss was planted by her. Seeds. Another Seilbahn. What do you call it? Gonna get on that platform. Make some noise.
Oh, great. Another cable car. Just great.
Cable car. Thank you, Alan. I didn't know the word for it. You are truly a master of words. Why is my leg so sticky? Did I drink some soft drinks or something? Oh, I didn't expect him to just let it fall. Oh, no, 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 no. Try your best. I have a million more of these. Ah. Oh, come on. We are almost there. You can't do this to me. You know what? I'm climbing the rest. But yeah, this is cool. Oh shit! Those were two at once. No, no, this was just one. Oh, wasting. This was still wasteful. It really feels like, you know, you have this force that tries to prevent you from progress. Yeah, like at all cost.
Shit.
Really throws everything at you that it's got, and every delay, every possible inconvenience, it throws it at you. Really cool. Milk! Some bleach. Both is welcomed. How do these guys have this excellent aim? Is there also a big sports throwing axis championship here every year? I don't know. I haven't been informed about that. Yeah, screw you. My light is here. Oh, still loaded completely. Come on, I've got to waste ammunition. The world for more monsters. Ah! If I'm now dying, because I was too overconfident, that should be then a lesson, but it will be not. It will not be. Being overconfident. Competent, yes. Being overconfident is part of the fun. Cauldron Lake, huh? We are back. Cauldron Lake is the 8th deepest sea in the world. And Calder Sea, which is built from a volcanic crater. The volcano is still active since the eruption of 1970 and its subsequent earthquake. Oh, is this what? Yeah, it's still active since 1970, but it's not erupted since then. When it erupted, there was a lot of damage, but no deceased. Cauldron Lake is one of the most beautiful places in Bright Falls. There are many legends and tales about it. The lake is a very famous wait, very famous relaxation location for tourists. Oh my god. Can I change the language from here? No, I can't. Oh, come on, Mr. Awfulman. This is a cliche. The wobbly bridge. Uh-oh. Okay, this is not a cliche. I'm getting through here. If you want or not. Other guy here? I'm shining my light even harder at you! He had a nice beard. I didn't get a good look at it, but from what I saw, it looked like the same beard that our character from Disco Elysium had. Which brings us back to Disco Elysium. Oh yeah, right. I have 9 of these at this point. Eesh. Okay, I'm not even gonna... Said I was not gonna look, and I looked anyway. Because I thought to myself, yeah, I don't even need to look at this. I know that I have this one. Hard to miss it. Well, end of the road. Just have to get in my car, get far away, just live with the fact that my wife is forever gone. Well, this isn't what a kidnapper's hideout looks like. I don't know what is. Tom. I miss you, Tom. Tom, talk to me on TV. I miss you, Tom. You write this? Tom. Miss you, Tom. Curse you, Thomas Zane. How do I get... Wait. Is new writing appearing? Because I know that heart wasn't there before. CNTZ. Fine. I was gonna put a spa anyway here. Oh, no, this is a good spot. Ah, shit. Yeah. Damn it. Oh, missed this one. If you're trying to kill me, Darkness, now would be a good time to just whoosh the whole building. Just huff and puff and blow the whole house down. See, the Three Little Pigs was wrong all along. You can, you even if you put in all the work, the wind can blow down your house. Yeah, shit. Now you're gonna get it. Ooh, oh, nice. The game is congratulating me with a slow-mo. Wait, can I? Ow. Can I kick this down? Go here. Do I go from here? I find it like, look how much resources I have. It does annoy me a bit that I know that when I'm done with this level, I have to basically start at 0 again. But I guess this makes it easier to design then. Instead of having, you know, to map out and plan out the entire game and the resource management. That way you just have little sections that you just can always start again from 0. So yeah, makes more sense this way. Or, you know, it's easier to work on. Makes the whole development process quicker.
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat.
It's still a little bit annoying for the player, but hey, there are worse things in the world.
I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find.
And the positive aspect of this is, I know that I really don't have to be resourceful anymore.
Hey, I'm here! I'm coming!
No! Get away! Sorry. Please, lady. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make him play ball. You see? To get him writing for us.
Possessed. Yeah. Yeah, we're twitching. Dark figure. Ha! I've got light that burns underwater. You can do anything to me, Lake. It's a beautiful image. Good thing there was this scuba driver just coming by. And yeah, I'm going to skip this. Not wanna...
Are you seriously telling me that Ryder just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Salute to all scuba drivers.
Baby, it was just a nightmare.
Alice. There you go, Alan. Hartman.
Ugh.
Fell, I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you lie.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
Yeah, a classic D. And suddenly he wakes up in the asylum and it was all just delusions. Which then turn out to be true after all.
I felt groggy. Whatever Hartman had bumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus. The door was locked. I was a prisoner here.
So... Let me out of here, I'm not crazy! I'm gonna eat your face!
Good evening, Alan. Are we feeling better now? Feeling calm?
Yeah, I see you brought your pet gorilla with you. So sure, I'm calm. I get the message, loud and clear.
Quite right. That's the spirit. You're being very brave, Alan. I understand you're confused. I would be more concerned if you weren't suspicious of me. I don't blame you for it.
Big of you.
Now, why don't you come with me? We'll reacquaint you with my clinic and go over everything you might have forgotten. Little walk and some fresh air? Yes, it will do you good.
Hey.
This corridor is...
Yes! I'm number one! I'm number one! Suck it, all of you! I'm number one!
Ones who are particularly vulnerable, of course.
Nice! Night Springs, the video game, and the cover looks similar to Alan Wake. Nice! This? Perception? Maps? This is one of the developers boards where they, like, the green one is Oz and the red ones are all enemies where they appear and stuff. No, wait, yeah, this is probably from the developers, but in-game, in-universe, this is from the guy who plays this. Nice. it's like Xbox 360 and this television. I mean, okay, but I would take this chair and put it here in front of... Oh, yeah, no, he has this chair, okay. Because, like, laying on the bed and playing from there, yeah, it's not gonna work out. And this, what is this? Some bonbons. Okay.
I encourage creativity as a part of the recovery process here at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Yeah.
I specialize in treating artists.
I bet you do.
Splendid, Alan. I honestly believe we can get this thing under control if we work together.
Okay.
This way, Alan.
Whatever, I'm soon with you and your bullshit. Desolate and Lane. I don't know if these are just random names or if they later appear in Control. Probably yes. It's just the typical... and Sun. Expecting you. Bear. Wow. Wood elevator.
Now, Alan, from past experience with you, I know I need to get right into the heart of the matter as quickly as I can after an episode. So I'm just going to say this. Alice is dead.
No.
You're in a very vulnerable state until you understand and accept this. Alice drowned, and you couldn't face that. You're suffering from hallucinations, paranoid delusions, unusual thinking, an obsession about light and darkness, a feeling that everything revolves around you, your thoughts and dreams. Your mind has constructed an elaborate fantasy scenario in which your writings are affecting reality. She has been kidnapped and supernatural forces of darkness are trying to stop you. We go this way, Alan.
I wasn't ready for another shot, so I went along with it. He had to be lying. But under the influence of the drug he had given me, I had to fight not to believe his words.
It's all in your head. You've been making it up. Apart from the tragic accident with your wife, no one has been killed. Your delusions are just a manifestation of your subconscious mind trying to protect you from the too painful truth. Unless we fight the fantasy, it will return. I know the instinct is to resist me, but think about it. Doesn't this make far more sense than the insane supernatural conspiracy you have concocted in your mind?
Yeah, whatever you're saying.
By nature, Alan,
I was just pointing out the
know this.
foreshadowing.
Everything can be explained logically.
Oh. Can we see our house from here? They put it. They put it. Oh, yeah, over there is where it's supposed to be. And I was supposed to follow him and not exhaust all the dialogue, but I already did, so it's a bit awkward. And now he's walking across around this thing and not saying a word. Okay.
I never get tired of this view.
Ooh.
Very inspiring, isn't it?
Cauldron Lake spread below us. I could see Mirror Peak on the other side of the lake. I thought I could make out the spot where Diver's Isle had been when I arrived with Alice. Now there was nothing but waves.
It seems there's a storm coming. Funny, I don't recall there being a mention of that in the weather forecast. Well, no matter. This way, follow me. Alan, what I'm telling you is good news. Right now we're in control. Every time you have a relapse, it gets more and more difficult to resurface from the dark depths of your imagination. Not surprising.
Did somebody say darkness? Then Ansem shows up.
In your profession, imagination is what you work with.
But also Alan says this.
For all your nightmares, this should come as an immense relief to you. If it doesn't, why is that? Because I'm lying? Or because you don't want to admit that you're not well? It's very natural for you to think of me as your enemy. It's part of the illness.
I let him talk.
After all,
Hartman
I'm the one
obviously
trying
loved
to
his
bring
own
you
voice.
out of the
His
world
words
you've
echoed
constructed for
madly
yourself.
inside my head.
But I
I
can't
dug my
do it
nails
by
into the
myself
palms of my
now.
hands to stay
You need
focused.
to work with me. Once you accept that,
Yeah, I got the same vibes from Control 2 when we read the report from him.
let's go inside.
My research has, of course, resulted in most interesting findings that will be very valuable for your organization. Like, yeah, they're making him later a boss in Control is one of the most satisfying things they could have ever done.
Here's the entrance to the office wing. That's for staff only. You were impressed by my trophies when you first arrived here. I do love to hunt. The great outdoors, man versus nature. It's wonderful stuff.
Pretty damn wonderful, yeah.
Pretty damn wonderful. Tries to open the door.
Scary
scary, scary.
Emerson.
I'm a real bad dream, mister. You should be afraid of me. Don't want to run into me in the night, that's for sure.
Please, Emerson. Mr. Wake is confused enough as it is.
Yeah, you'd like me to go away so you won't be scared. But you can't just decide what kind of dream you have or when you have it.
Emerson.
Okay. Sorry. Boo.
That's Emerson. We're actually making some progress with him, I'm happy to say. He works on video
Elbow
games.
strike.
It's trash, of course, but it does involve some small creative effort, which makes him receptive to my therapeutic methods.
No kidding.
They made the same joke in I don't know if any one of you knows Edna Breaks Out, but where they also put one of the developers in an asylum. Oh, it's such a hard work. It just broke me. Which I can believe if they already had in 2007 crunching and stuff and very tight time scales, then yeah, I totally believe it's hard work. Don't want to imagine. So a salute to all video game makers.
A room. You've been writing as a part of the therapy. As soon as you feel up to it, you should continue.
Wait, no, this time I'm gonna read it this way. Welcome to Cauldron Lake Lodge. We are here to give you the specialized help you need. However, please observe this following. Please ask friends and family to schedule visits beforehand to ensure they don't interfere with your therapy and or periods of creativity. Also, please respect your fellow patients' need for privacy and personal space, especially when they are engaged by their creative processes. Be patient. Typically, our patients have long-term creative problems and they won't be solved overnight. Give yourself permission to take the time you need. Bear in mind that you are voluntarily receiving treatment that has been specifically tailored for you. Voluntarily. Engagement therapy trademark. What? Engagement therapy trademarked. Oh, okay. And its sister method, the flow, trademarked, work best when you are actively engaged in shaping them. If you have any concerns, please don't hesitate to voice them. Yeah, I have concerns. I want out of here! Let me out!
My rheumatism's killing me. There's a storm coming. Oh, what a storm.
I hope it wipes this place off the face of the earth.
And these two are the Anderson brothers, Odin and Thor. They had how should I put this? A heavy metal band in the 70s and 80s called Old Gods of Asgard. They even adopted new first names to complete the image of Viking gods. After the band broke up, they lived on a farm nearby. They are, well, in advanced stages of dementia. They're well cared for, TLC and all that. There's nothing more that can be done. I'm afraid that the rock and roll lifestyle has left its mark.
Yeah, battery acid.
Oh, that won't do. I'm so sorry to cut this short for now, Alan. The power has been acting up. I'd better go check on it. We'll continue this soon. Meanwhile, when you feel up to it, return to your room and try to write. It really is for the best. Don't you think?
But usually rock stars would be because of all the alcohol and drugs.
Oh, he'd love to fish out our secrets, but he has no clue. He's not crazy enough. Not crazy like us, Sonny. Yeah! Being crazy's a requirement, Sonny. Who else could understand the world when it's like this? It takes crazy to know crazy.
That's the sanest thing I've heard in a while.
A crash course. All you need to know to get your head right. You need to find the message. Here, Sonny, here's something for you. Gave me a rash, but I kept it safe from these bastards.
My head was clearing up.
Usually, because of all the drugs and alcohol, rock stars would be well conserved for millennia, basically.
Or according to Hartman, I was sinking back into the fantasy. I was convinced he was lying to me about everything. Crazy or not, the Andersons made more sense.
Tom, you got any booze on you?
Yeah, no. Sorry,
we have
guys.
a stash of the special stuff at the farm. Our own
Oh.
formula, local ingredients. Medicine clears your head right up. Makes you remember like...
Saints Schrift writing. What? Eh? Oh, yes, I am at episode 4. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Moonbeams on the brain. Oh, I just noticed. Leather patches on the elbows? That's not very rock and roll. Tom just lost is all. Baba Yaga got to him too, the damn witch. She used us all. Taken from all of us. Took my thunder, the witch. And my ravens. What were they? Memory and thought. The hag. She took something from you too, didn't she? That's what she does. We're better off. This place, the lake, it gives you power. If you're a creator, an artist, a god. Nightmare shifted in their sleep in the darkness of the lake.
Yeah. Brother. Just thinking.
Yeah, that's the one. She makes sure it comes out twisted and wrong. Just ask the lamp lady. She knows what happened to that other rider. She's been using you, boy, and you let her. You went and opened the door for her, didn't you? Now, it was already open a crack. And whose fault is that? We're morally corrupt, disease-ridden, old and stupid. Doesn't mean he had to open it all the way, goddammit.
And battery is empty.
Tired.
Yeah.
Built the farm close to the lake. A place of power. We had parties there, man. You should go there and have a party. Bob Balders is the
Give you all the knowledge you need now.
that a hippie chick in the back of the head. 15 stitches and a concussion.
Gage new book.
Bob's dead now. Leukemia. Stitches, snitches, and narcs, man. Bad scene.
So, the two rock stars just gave you all the knowledge you needed. We opened the door for the evil to come in. And we should talk with the lamp lady. Because the lamp lady apparently has the answers.
Hey, Wake, why don't you humor Dr. Hartman and give the writing a shot?
The doors were locked.
Typewriters in your
Hartman
room.
and the nurses would
You can
have
get to
keys,
your room by
but
those
there was
stairs,
no way
Wake.
to get my hands on them.
Because I'm in charge now, and I don't want to disappear. My nightmare is the publisher people who want to make a contribution so they can say they made a contribution. And then we end up with mullets in there because they think mullets are funny, but it wasn't supposed to be about mullets. And now it's about mullets. And when it's in slow motion, they call it mullet time because the numbers came back from marketing that mullet time is the hook we needed to go big in the target demographic. And they're not even kidding. They say it all like serial killers with straight faces and smiles. My nightmare is the writers who want to make everything from the
Hartman wanted me to write. I knew I couldn't, but I figured I could just play along for now. It was the only thing I could do with Nurse Birch watching me like a hawk.
Shut up either because they have feelings.
I'm not crazy.
And I have to listen to them.
I like standing on
because they're
tables.
not scared of me, and everyone should just shut up. Shut up. Shut up. But I don't see nightmares anymore because I'm too scary for them. I take 2 pills every morning and 1 with every meal and 4 when I go to bed. And that makes me the scariest nightmare of all.
Oh, hello. I've painted you.
Okay.
I was just struck by inspiration a couple of days ago. Dr. Hartman wanted me to paint landscapes, and that's what I was doing. But now I've been doing these things, a lot of them. The images just keep coming. Dr. Hartman likes them. He has them in his office.
Yeah?
He's very proud of me. He says I'm getting much better. I think I'm getting better.
He just likes the look of
Well,
terrified
I guess I'd
people
better
in
start
its
wrapping this
office.
up. The storm is almost here.
Yeah, that.
I hate to be out there tonight.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Should get inside before your beautiful painting gets all ruined. I get to.
Something's wrong. I'm not myself. It's hard to think that there's a shadow inside my head. I can only focus on writing. Everything else is a blur. I'm trapped in this cabin. Have been for days, but it's always dark outside. My editor is real. I saw her again. She's not human. It's not human. A dark presence is wearing the old woman's face. She was covered in clinging shadows. There's a hole in her chest where her heart should be. I think I've made a horrible mistake. I don't think I'm any closer to saving Alice. It's been lying to me, using me to get the story it wants, and the story will come true.
So during the week, we were completely not possessed, but manipulated by the Dark Force, which told us to write a story where the darkness wins. We have to change it before it's too late, before it comes to pass.
Hartman admits.
And I am going to make a quick pause, switch out batteries, use the bathroom, and we see us in a moment again. And I am back with more. Oh my god, I have to get used to saying Alan Wake instead of Disco Elysium. That's such hard for my brain.
The power
So much.
had been acting up. Maybe that was the reason for the generator and the work light on the balcony. The generator hadn't been activated, and there was no key.
Fine. Let's return to my room. And so this explains also why, in Control later, when he shows up there, that because he tries to manipulate us now or to write a story for him. So because he was in contact with the Control Bureau of Control, he knew about our powers. So that, my god, this fills so many holes. Wait, what's this? Oh, definitely. Spring. Right, that's right. Yeah, we should. Oh, no, okay.
The glare of the blank page in front of me hurt my eyes. My hands began to shake uncontrollably.
Hey, Wake, you stay here. I'm gonna go see what's up. You just keep doing what you're doing. Be cool, okay?
I didn't know what the chaos was all about, but it could be my only chance of getting out of here.
Yeah. Escaping.
Oh, afraid of the crazy brothers, are ya? Not so weak now, are we? Well, things are unraveling fast.
Hartman kept talking, giving Barry the grand tour, clearly proud of the place. He went on.
Oh, yes. Right, I completely forgot. I need to listen to all of these. Okay. The Truth is the name of this chapter, so...
Zane could feel the poems, taking form, shaping things. As he experimented, he imagined he could almost feel the power surging through the keys of the typewriter. It exhilarated him. But there was fear, too. If not for his young assistant Emil, he would have given it up. But Emil convinced him otherwise. He, too, had a way with words.
I think we haven't met an Emil. Have we? Emil Hartman? Wait. Dilemma by engaging Emil Hartman. So, no, that's why he, because he was in contact with the, oh my god, yeah, sorry, I was, how old was I? 15, 14? Like, I wasn't so skilled at media analysis at that time. Okay, yeah, this is a big red flag.
Hartman kept talking, giving Barry the grand tour, clearly proud of the place. He went on and on about his hunting trophies, and Barry was impressed. But he was here on business. He raised his voice, cut through the monologue. Hey, Hartman, where's Al? Hartman stopped in mid-sentence, annoyed at the interruption. He nodded at the hulking orderly standing nearby. The man smiled and clapped a practiced hand on Barry's shoulder.
So, okay, so it wasn't, okay, but, you know, he was in contact with supernatural stuff before, with the author Thomas Zane. That's how he ultimately came into contact with the Burrow. But is it possible that he killed the other author?
Hartman followed the fall of Alan Wake with his binoculars. When the rider hit the water, he ordered Jack to take the boat to him. The spot was easy to see in the dark, even with all the extra lights in the boat. The flare floated and kept burning even in the water. Jack turned the radio louder as the engine sputtered. The music was rough and clanking, something the Anderson brothers would no doubt have enjoyed. But Hartman chose to ignore it. Wake was finally within his reach.
You shall become my servant. You shall write a story called Emil, the Lord of the World.
Hartman knew he was no creator. He had no ambitions on that front. And he certainly didn't want to end up like every artist he had worked with here, damaged in ways that were hard to describe, or worse. It was enough for Hartman to maintain creative control and provide direction, to be a producer. That was what most of these people were in need of anyway. Of course, suitable subjects were few and far in between. I stared at the Viking paraphernalia that littered the area, surrounding an unlikely centerpiece. A full-size stage complete with an impressive sound system with all the trimmings, including a dragon. It took a special kind of crazy to build something like this in a remote field. When the sky split open with a deafening boom and the music started blasting, it felt strangely appropriate. Mott knew that Wake was smarter than him. Wake had more money, a beautiful wife, everything. And Hartman said Wake was important. That made him better than Mott. But Mott was calling the shots now. He'd expected Wake to whimper and grovel, but instead, he seemed willing to fight. Mott knew he'd gotten under Wake's skin. If only Mott actually had his wife. The thought made him shiver.
Oh, so Mott was working for Emil.
Hartman wasn't happy. Mott could see it in his eyes. He quickly lowered his own. He had made a mess of it, and he knew it. The shame of failure was hard to bear. He hadn't expected Wake to say he needed more time, and he blurted out 2 days, less than Wake had asked for to show him who was in charge. But that wasn't part of Hartman's plan. Hartman hurried down the corridor. He had disliked leaving Wake when he was surely at his most susceptible to therapy. But this was not an ordinary storm. Wake had been writing, and he had woken something up in the depths of the lake. Now, it was coming for him. Hartman had naturally prepared for a situation like this. The idiot brothers would keep Wake distracted while Hartman double-checked everything, just to be sure. Hartman watched as Wake's features slackened. The man was bullheaded, no doubt. Even lying on the bed, he'd almost broken Hartman's nose the second time. But with a little time, he could break Wake down, give him proper direction. Wake was easily the most promising subject he had had. Well, since Tom, really. "Sleep well, Alan," Hartman whispered with a smile. "Let me take care of you." He sniffed hard to clear his throbbing nose, swallowed blood, and barely tasted
it. Because we punched him.
Agent Nightingale stared at the passed-out rider. The man was sleeping off one hell of a night. Nightingale felt a stab of envy at Wake's oblivion, but he had a job to do. He put the gun to Wake's head and almost became a murderer. His hand shook and his throat felt tight and dry. Biting his teeth, he tried again to pull the trigger. He lost the nerve. Wake stirred. Nightingale would have to settle for an arrest.
Kind of psycho cop is this guy?
The storm raged on as the Anderson brothers walked unsteadily away from the clinic with the other patients in tow, knowing that this time they wouldn't return. The darkness around them seethed with horrors, but Tor and Odin were unafraid. Their eyes glinted with guile. They knew every secret path, and there was blood on their hands. They had fought these shades before. The dark presence followed the choreography laid out to it in the manuscript, growing stronger and stronger, moving like a storm from one scene of destruction to the next. But it was still bound to follow the story and chained to the dark place it came from. When the story reached the end it longed for, it would finally be free.
Destroy the world.
It's 1976. Madness reigns at the Anderson farm. Contrary to all logic, the headiest ingredient of their moonshine is unfiltered water from Cauldron Lake. The Andersons feel like gods. Odin can't stop laughing. He contemplates cutting his eye out. Tor runs across the field, naked, shrieking, hammer in his hand, trying to catch lightning. Their songs have power. Something ancient is stirring in the depths, coming back.
And that's how they know about the presence in the lake. Because they drank the water through heavy amounts of moonshine.
Again, Alice's screams rang in the stillness of the night. I saw myself run toward the cabin, flashlight in my hand. I followed my past self. I was an out-of-body observer, a time traveler in a crazy drunken dream. This was the beginning. The night Alice had disappeared. The mystery of what had happened during the missing week was about to reveal itself. When he stopped the car at the Anderson farm, Walter felt relieved. Oblivion was close at hand. The brothers wouldn't miss a jar of moonshine or two in the booby hatch. But then he saw the man on the porch, and he knew who it was. Driving for his life and knowing it was useless, he didn't realize he was crying until he couldn't see the road for the tears. For a moment, Hartman considered strangling the idiot. Mott was mean-spirited, but easily manipulated, an emotional infant who lived for his approval. Wake, by contrast, was a far more difficult subject. Mott had given him too much leash. In 2 days, who knew what could happen? Hartman would have to find a way to rein him in, and quickly.
Why is there this special symbol? That? Is that because it's a crucial manuscript instead of these? I have no idea. Oh, it's unread. Anyway. Oh, this page is only to be found in difficulty mode nightmare. Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely going to look up the rest of those. So basically, we already have the origin of the events here. Now it's basically just how all of this is going to conclude. More or less. There are still a few more holes.
Sinclair looked bad. That wasn't a love tap. The crazy old fart hit her hard. If she was one of Hartman's goons, she had it coming. I had to get to Hartman's office. He had taken all my manuscript pages. That's where he'd been keeping them. The photo on the wall caught my attention. In it, the clinic staff was standing outside the lodge. I knew the man next to Hartman. He was the kidnapper. Hartman had been playing me all along. The markings on the tape said they were recordings Hartman had made of the sessions with his patients. I saw Alice's name on one of them. For a moment, I couldn't breathe right.
Now, Mrs. Wake, can you tell me about Alan's problems?
He's more and more out of control all the time. The parties, he's so angry all the time. He's getting violent.
Do you mean with you?
No, not with me. No, never. Sometimes I almost wish Alan would take a swing at me, because at least that lead to a conversation he couldn't just march out of. But no. Alan doesn't really sleep. And the work, well, he's not writing at all. He sits there for hours and just gets more and more frustrated. And I can't talk to him.
Yes. Tell me, Mrs. Wake. What would you say to him if he'd listen?
I don't know. I want to say, I look at you, and it's not you. Just some stranger who resembles you. Looking out from behind your eyes. And I don't like that guy much. And now it's all gonna go to hell.
But you don't ever say this.
No. I've tried, but he's not listening. He's too deep in his own problems, always going on about something else. I'm so afraid I'm gonna lose him, and we're not even talking anymore. He doesn't let me in anymore. He just keeps me in the dark. I'm so alone here, even when he's home. Please help me, Doctor, because I'm at my wit's end.
Well, if you can just get him here, I'll absolutely do my very best.
Yeah, but Doctor, you need to be careful with him. He's not just going to listen to you and cooperate. He's the most stubborn man I've ever met.
Well, I'll be sure to bear that in mind.
Hearing her voice, what she was saying made me happy and sick and guilty all at once. Worst of all, I recognized the words. The phone call from her. It had been a cut-up of this. Just a recording.
Wolf. Ex-murderer. And just an unidentifiable figure moving through the darkness. Interesting. I'm definitely going to look up the rest of the manuscripts online.
Do you hear me?
crazy quack ass to shreds! Seriously!
Barry?
Do you...
Ow! About time!
Barry, man, am I glad to see you. We need to get to Hartman's office.
It's right next door.
You okay?
Yeah. I mean, no! The cops found me at Rose's trailer, but they didn't hassle me too much. I'm obviously a victim in this, and I demanded to be treated as such. Or else I'd sue their asses. Speaking of asses, that Fed gave me a real hard time, but I had no clue where you were. That guy's crazy, Al. But he let me go, and then I get a call from Hartman, that son of a bitch, who tells me you're here, and I should come pick you up, but when I got here, 2 goons clobbered me and stuck me in there.
What's with the cutout?
I stole it from the diner to piss off Rose after what she did to us. That'll teach her.
Yeah, that's a harsh punishment. Come on, pal, we gotta get going.
Having all the keys is wonderful.
These were all the pages I had on me. And more.
Alan, please. You're sliding back into the...
Tell me one more lie and I'll shoot you in the face.
Ah, well, it was worth a shot. Really, Wake, come on. Let's work together on this. You have no idea...
Hartman, shut up! Barry, get out of here. I'll catch up with you. Get a car.
Oh, Al, let's just...
Go!
Wake, listen to me. This is a mistake. Don't you see? Together we can create something absolutely wonderful. With your ability and mine.
Fuck you! Happy face. Yeah, no,
the dark presence would be on me in a moment. I had to find a way out.
World is not worse off without him. Oh, all the beautiful paintings. It's darkness lava. Yeah, run. Oh shit. Deadly furniture.
I needed light to get the possessed bookshelves out of my way.
Know how. Ow. With light. No! Die in a tornado of light. Is it still leaking? No. Ow. My face. It's not going to look so good after this. Chips. Popcorn. Please let me out. Ah. Shit. Can I still pick it up? This is not Night Springs. This is just... Is this Tokyo Drift? Oh, cool. Cool, we get the Japanese... Japanese drifting.
Want access to thousands of applications? Verizon Wireless has you covered. Check out the latest games. Discover new music and old favorites. Social networking, sports scores, news.
Outside the tentacles of doom try to get in.
Fingertips. No matter what you're into, Verizon Wireless can satisfy your never-ending appetite for apps. Check out Vcast apps and load up your phone.
Vcast! Oh my god, yeah, that bullshit. That bullshit that completely ended in like after 2 years or something. Which sadly there's no way to get anymore because there's still a Kingdom Hearts game on that I would have loved to play, but there's sadly no way. Oh. Come on. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I've got to... Yeah, I knew it. I've got to trick it.
Ow! I'm here!
Give me a flashlight.
I found the car, but the gate's locked. You're gonna have to go through the hedge maze over there.
Barry, I don't have a light.
Take this, Al! Oh, God! Look at the house, Al! Look out!
Yeah. You told me to look at the house. Ah! No.
Come on, Al! We gotta go! It's not much of a maze! I made it through easy!
But if you can make it, I can too. This on the bench? Ah, yes.
Oh, jeez, Al! The house looks bad! Let's get out of here!
Oh my god, Al! It's growing legs! It's growing legs! And a mouth! This shit is weird, man! Okay.
Al, hurry up! I can hear those evil guys moving around!
Don't put me in a panic. Okay. Don't trust Emil. Yeah, thank you. Maybe alongside the you can kill them with the light and don't stay in the darkness kind of writing. Would have written that in the first place. That's the one with the old gods stage.
Al, be careful! I can see them moving around! They're coming for you!
Ah, that was stupid. But at least they had some garbage cans in here. And in case people want to take their breakfast or their lunch here. More? Well, at least we know that all the other patients got out too. Huh? It's about the energy loss. Wait. No! Right, this is progress. Oh, we got it.
On the channel, we turn it off. We don't want any fighting. It makes people sad.
Is this Emil? Do I get the satisfaction of killing him twice?
You get 2 pills in the morning.
Yeah.
You'll be nice and calm.
Yes! Oh, okay, it's just a nurse. But still. Fuck off, birds. Damn it! Yeah, constant attacks is always an awesome thing.
We don't want any fighting. It makes people sad.
Why did I use my flares? Oh well.
You get 2 pills in the morning, and then you'll be nice and calm all day long. You get 3 pills in the evening. Oh, and then you'll sleep like a baby.
Oh, this is bullshit. The guy... Yeah, he's regenerating. This is bullshit. And how many birds are there? 20 million? Nice. Let's hope there's no... These don't return. Darkness is getting powerful. Well, at least no rain. That would suck. So yeah, this was a horrible place, and it's good that it's burned down. Because these people were all terribly abused. Dr. Hartman. Oh. Thinking for a moment, wait. Did I still have my electric cable on. Oh. Weren't there also video games once where the faster you, like, you first press reload, and then if you continue to press reload, he would reload faster. You know what I mean? That the way in which you press reload would actually have an effect on reloading faster. I know some games had that, but I absolutely can't remember which one. Emil made Tom do it. Yeah, I know that. Now I know that. Always these short Twitter messages in video games. Couldn't you have said, yeah, Emil made him do it, and because of him the darkness got out? Here's something. Yes, great. Great. The first moment when you see the symbol, it looks a bit like the Half-Life symbol. But yeah, what I was trying to say is I want that back. That when you press reload faster after the initial reload pressing of the button, that it makes it go faster. That you actually actively contribute to the speed of the game. This is how Hartman put me to rest. Shadowy figure. No, wait, this is Barry. Hey, Barry. Good old Barry. No, wait. His name again?
Ow! You're alive! Let's get out of here. Can you open this gate?
Maybe.
Barry!
Well, I slammed it shut when the nasty showed up, and the key fits kind of loose in the lock, so,
Barry!
I'll find it, don't worry about it!
Yeah, take your time. It's just
Hurry up, Barry! I'm on it! I'm on it!
Just have to fight off an army. No biggie.
It's gotta be here! Just hang on, Al!
Ah, damn it. That doesn't do damage.
Oh, hey, I found a corner!
Fuck. Oh! Yeah. Oh, that was complete garbage. I deserved to die there. Got to...
Hurry up,
Oh, I have a flare gun.
I'm on it! I'm on it!
Oh,
It's gotta be here!
come on,
Just hang on, Al!
I do press the evade button.
Oh, hey, I found a corner!
That's it. Heavy weapons. Now.
I found it! I found it! Ah, no, wait, that's a twig.
As long as they stay this far away.
Here it is! Al, I found the key!
Now you can really take your time. Wonderful. Boom! Oh no, that was a normal pedestrian.
Tell me we're headed for the nearest. You're now leaving Bright Falls. Come back soon sign. We're going to the Anderson farm. I knew you were gonna say something like that. You know what? You owe me big time for this. When this is through, if we make it, I don't care what anybody says, I'm done with darkness. You're gonna buy me a tanning bed as a gift, and I'm gonna live in it.
Is that a real thing? Tanning bed? That you can get brown while you sleep?
I'm crazy, but that's fine, Barry. Oh, you got that right, Al. You're barking mad. You are by far the craziest. But maybe that's inevitable when you deal with crazy stuff like this. It helps. This is happening, Barry. Alice, they never had Alice. She's trapped in the darkness at the bottom of the lake, but she's not dead. Al, how can you know that? I know, Barry. I can... Al, No, listen. I can bring her back. I can find her. There's something special about this place. The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. But there's a catch. The dark presence, whatever that thing is, twists it to its own ends. That's why all of this is happening. It's using my manuscript to take over everything. Al, I believe you. It happened to Thomas Zane before it happened to the Andersons. I believe you. Crazy or not, you're not delusional. Weird shit's going down. That's a fact. I'm on board, man. I'm with you. The Andersons knew about it, but they were too far gone to tell me with all the drugs they were on. But they wrote it down. There's a message somewhere at their farm, Barry. You just need to find it. Look out!
You are driving the car. You don't need to push me to the side or something.
God damn it, Al, talk to me!
I had lost my gun in the crash. Barry was nowhere to be seen.
Barry! Barry!
Oh, man, you're okay! Jeez, it's good to hear your voice! I was trying to get out of the car, but the ground gave way! Man, what a drop! Don't worry, your cutout is fine.
Forget that! Are you okay?
I hit some bushes, didn't get a scratch! There's no way you can climb down, though! It's like a sheer wall! Al! There's something moving down here!
Barry, it's a Taken! Use a flare, Barry!
Woo! Yeah!
Barry, are you alright?
I'm good, Al! I'm great! Guess you never messed with anyone from New York City before, huh?
Good old Barry.
You're gonna have to find your way around to the farm, Al! I'll be waiting!
That's a big farm.
Barry, just wait for me, okay?
Al! I'm not staying here! It's suicide! I'm going to the farm! I'm gonna go ahead and secure the area! You can catch up! Don't worry about it! I'm on the case!
Now he's Rambo. This would turn into a disaster if I didn't catch up with Barry.
Written down as a fact. Well, if you could write Barry in your manuscript as a more competent person, then he would be. There's got to be something here. Something that can help me fight back. Oh shit. Anything else here? No, this is even worse. Even better, I was gonna say. As in bad and better. Oh man. Follow the light good. Yeah. But it didn't do anything. What if I just stand still for a moment? Does it make his stamina go up faster? Oh no, it's an angry mining cart. I'm sorry for all the times I put you into lava in Minecraft. I didn't mean to. More trash for me to kick down. Huh? Wait a second. Oh, this is where I came from. I ran in circles. Right, so I need to just get down, right? Where all the monsters are? Then let me just get up there. Ow. Ouchie, ouch. No. Yeah, great. What a bunch of bullshit. Oh my god, this is all the barrels in video games taking their revenge. Okay, then I don't have the manuscript in the mining thing, right? Ah! Yeah, it's in there. Okay, follow me! Even though there's literally no reason why I should pick it up again. But hey, whatever. Maybe there are secretly experience points or something. I don't know. What an absolute grandma. No, get behind the rock. I don't know what the thermostat does. Thermostat? The thing that keeps water warm. Or soup. Or whatever beverage you prefer.
Shadows crawled over the gate. I needed a light to destroy them to get through. There just was a light now. It was actually turned on. Matchsticks. That's something you should have also brought with you. There'd still be a working generator somewhere around here to power up the old lights by the gate.
Yeah. Hopefully I can find such a thing. in this spare time.
I could sense the movement in the woods ahead. Facing the enemy without a weapon was dangerous, but I had no choice.
Was no one in the dark. Tips are so helpful. Great, I have one flashlight. No batteries. This is gonna be fun. And now I've got to be fast. And do this correctly. Oh, come on! Yeah, stupid bullshit. Come on, keep running towards the light. It would have been nice. They didn't hit me with the axes.
I could sense the movement in the woods ahead. Facing the enemy without a weapon was dangerous, but I had no choice.
Okay, second try.
Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
On. Oh, this is impossible. Yeah. I would have loved to. Yeah, no. Move it, move it, move it. Adrenaline punch. Can't feel. Left arm. Call an ambulance.
Away from the farm, headed in the same general direction as I was. For all I knew, it was Barry, caught in the consequences of leaping before looking.
Hey. And when do you get the chance to be an action hero? Yay. All for light. Yeah, know what I'm gonna do. Shine my light at them. I'm gonna throw beer cans.
The car was heading for the cabin up ahead. It wasn't far. If it was Barry, I would see the damage soon.
It's one piece of wood. Down alongside it. Oh, hi!
I'm trying to deliver each page to the right time and place. I'm trying to show you how the story goes.
I had seen glimpses of the light before. I had seen it in my dream. It was a strange spaceman or a diver in a bulky suit.
Yeah, I thought so, right? This is,
The dark presence followed the choreography. He was the one who'd been placing the pages on my path.
That was the painting that we saw in the asylum with the glowing spaceman. So there is a counterweight to the darkness, fighting for the light. Stay on the path, the most safest. That's what Grandma told red cap girl. Red cat girl. Red cat. Okay, got an outpost.
Someone had left a gun behind. Now I had a fighting chance of reaching the farm.
Taken are with darkness. This is like a mantra for you, is it? Not Rumpelstiltskin. I'm first gonna feel okay again once I have answered that question. You know, the grandma that gets eaten. What's it called? Rotkäppchen. English. Feels a little bit awful though, that I have to waste such good ammunition for lives. Knew it. I knew there couldn't be just one. Way to get up there, of course. Oh, you know what would be awesome? If the thunder would create light. And that would get their shield down. Traps. And they're not even on the path. Like, what assholes are those that put all the traps on the path? Screw you, I'm just gonna take a run for it. No, I'm not. This was the last one. I have nothing left. Stop being so ridiculous. If the author could maybe finally actually run instead of just dashing, I could be much happier. Yeah. Like, what am I supposed to do if it just doesn't follow my commands? The soldier is dumb as a brick, and it's not the general's fault. Ow. See? Screw you. Screw every single last one of you.
I could see the car, but there was no sight of the driver.
Hey, and now I even kept all of my ammunition.
Hello?
So
Anybody here? Barry!
take this as a yes.
What are you? No, don't! I'm sorry!
Oh, this is not mission, just some kind of orange juice.
The front door was locked.
Okay, but the decoration downstairs, pretty cool. Like, since when are you putting an entire bear on the wall?
I know you. You were in jail the other day.
I went to the farm again for the moonshine, you know? It makes you see. They're not gonna miss it. They're in the loony bin. But my buddy, Danny, I lost him. Something's gone wrong with him. It's not him. Like a real bad follow-up to a real good movie. Where the best friend's suddenly the bad guy. Who wrote this crap anyway?
Guilty.
I've run through every possible course in my head. If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story, and it's going to kill her, and me, and everybody in this town. No one will survive. Darkness will consume everything. This is what it's wanted all along. It will be free, unstoppable. It used Alice to get to me, dangled her in front of me to keep me going. It was never going to release her. I'm going to change this. I'll escape. I've written myself into the story. I'm now the protagonist. This feels like a terrible risk, but it's the only way to save Alice. I'll be bound by the events of the story just as much as anyone else who's been woven into it. The story must stay true for this to work. There have to be victims along the way, near escapes, cliffhangers. In a horror story, it can't be certain that the hero will succeed or even survive. He almost has to die. I'll write my own escape into the story next. I need help. Zane's going to be the one who'll help me. I'll make it happen.
Yeah, this does make sense. So that in order for the girlfriend to survive in a horror movie, it's no, this makes narrative-wise sense. It can't be just certain that he definitely survives and gets his girlfriend out. There's got to be someone that dies. Over sacrifices.
Let me guess. Danny, huh?
What used to be him.
The farm was still a good distance away. I'd need a car to get there fast.
Hi. Well, good luck with whatever you were doing.
If Barry wasn't up here, he was probably in trouble down at the farm. For a moment, I felt bad for doubting him. After all, I made it this far myself. But Barry was Barry.
Which direction is the farm? Oh, more plus supplies. In the mailbox. Something is wrong with the controls. It wasn't this bad when I started. Something got screwed up along the way. Okay, wait, there's a box here, but the arrow also says I should go upstairs. Should I? Just pointing to what's that? Ah, but curiosity killed and something. Ah, nothing up here. Is this stronger? Yeah, I think this has stronger lights. And it also drives a bit better. The other car. This one looks cooler. Oh, and there's another outpost for me to look. Is that the one? No, wait, this is the one where I already was. Where the radio guy made his apology, right? Or they just built them all the same.
Well, as I'm sure everyone's noticed, that storm we all felt coming is finally here. The boys at the Weather Service reckon it'll last until morning at the very least. Pertaining to that, let me read that missing persons alert again. The Sheriff's Department's still looking for a Caucasian woman, 30 years old, slim and blonde with blue eyes. She may be lost in the woods, and it's possible she's been injured in a car accident. If you see her, please make sure you get her indoors and call the sheriff. It's bad weather to be caught out in, so if you see someone in the area who maybe looks a little confused, give him a hand, all right? This is Pat Maine on KBF FM, hoping you're all safe and warm tonight.
And back to our horror story. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. But I don't want this one. Even if it drains my car battery. Oh, shit. There was a lock there. I got a few punches with the axe. But hey. Sometimes you just gotta bleed. The greater good. What's this? Oh, this is just leading me back to the old cabin. Okay. Either the road is extremely bad or the driving mechanics. I think it's the latter. No! No! Oh shit, it's killed my car. Killed my car! That bastard! Take that, fucker Joe. Huh. It was end of the road anyway. Moving out there. Was it dead? Yeah, let's see. Just got to shield down. This was an... Did you see that? Just directing my lamp at it wasn't enough. I needed to focus. Because its own self-healing abilities were that strong. Oh, look. A concert stage. Woo! That's got to be pretty cool when there are like tons of people here. Let's party! And drink the illegally brewed moonshine. And have visions of dark entities claiming the souls of people. All came here for. Okay, wait, open fields are scary. Oh, salute, yes. Let's take one of those. And surprise, surprise. Yeah. Oh, I guess my next goal is stage. Make some noise. And some light.
I'd known the brothers used to be some kind of rock stars, but it hadn't really sunk in until I saw the stage.
Again. Oh, this I definitely remember. My most favorite moment in the game.
Decided to go it alone, Mr. Bronson. Shut up and shoot. Al, we have to fight them off. I can stop more of the fireworks from here and help you out. Hey, Al.
And they got some blinding grenades for some reason. In case they want to kill the audience. I'm just gonna assume that there's no copyright on this. Batteries in the emergency crate.
To the rescue. No, damn it! Goddamn turn of the century wiring! Hang on out! I'll get them working again, I promise!
Pumpgun? Please be a pumpgun. Yes! Oh, you know what I've got to do now. What a man's got to do. Huh? Is that all you got? All you got? Yeah? I can see how they managed to defeat the darkness for several decades.
Yes! Al! Stay in the light! No, no, no! Why do you keep doing this to me? Do it for Barry, please, please, please!
Beautiful. Come on, you've got to turn on the windmills. Firework windmills.
Al, please don't let me die here. Although if I buy it, this is pretty much how I always wanted to go out. Rock and roll! Woo! Al, this may be the most awesome moment of our
Oh, shit. Okay, there goes my last grenade. Ah, crap.
There! Back in the game! Yes!
Beautiful, excellent way for me to heal.
Oh! Did I do that?
Oh shit, this is an even better lamp. Come on. Stage, stage. Please, just turn on. It burns 15 batteries per second. Of course. That's just how the wiring goes.
Was awesome! Bright Falls, rock and roll capital of America.
Hey, Al! This way to the farm!
You just got to love it. Got their whole farm set up like a military camp. And now it's back to scary stuff.
See, bestseller? No reason to worry. Your cutout's good as new, right where I left it. I'll come back for it once we have the place secured.
Yeah, that's been my biggest worry all this time.
It's not like the publishing firm has gotten him his own at home. Yeah, maybe. No.
Hey, I think Alan Wake here has something to say. What's that, Al?
Ooh, I'm Alan Wake. I'm always right about everything. And if I don't get my way, I'll sulk all day long. I'm always intense and moody. It makes me very attractive and mysterious. Right now, I'm just standing here because I need my best friend Barry to carry me. But that's okay. I can just take him for granted.
I think I see what you did there.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You want me to do my imitation of Barry Wheeler? No? Thought so.
Because by the end of it, you are going to cry. Please. Hemp rope, don't fail me.
Wow! You look at that thing, Al? They really went all out with this Viking crap, didn't they? Look at all this stuff. They must have done okay for themselves, so how come I never heard of these guys before?
And this from the guy who learned about Ozzy Osbourne through reality TV?
Sleep. We all spend a third of our
Night
dreams in
Springs.
its soft embrace,
Mad.
somewhere
Brings
between
back memories.
fantasy and
Hey,
oblivion.
remember when I got you that gig?
But
Your
dreams
first
have a way
real
of
writing
forcing
job. What got
themselves
you
into
started?
waking life,
Oh, is this one of
or
your
vice
episodes?
versa. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Dream of Dreams.
That's by someone else.
We join Mr. Jones as he explores the endless dreamscape, only to be brought to a sudden stop by a decidedly mundane situation. A long line of people.
Hey, Jones, right? Listen, we're gonna have to wait until His Highness over there is good and ready. Oh, wow. Who's that? You don't know him? What are you, new? He's the guy dreaming us. Well, not just us. He dreams everything. All of this.
But wait, no. I'm the one who's dreaming. I'm asleep. Isn't this my dream?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Get real, pal. You're just another dream. I'm a dream. You're a dream. The weirdo in the diving suit is a dream. And the girl made of smiles and sunshine is definitely a dream.
But I'm pretty sure I'm dreaming this.
Well, maybe you're a really confused dream. What am I, a shrink? All I know is I'm going with the smart guys, and they say that's the guy doing the dreaming. Right there.
I don't know what that means.
It means we keep him happy. No sudden falls. We make sure he has his clothes on when he goes out in public. No chases where the monster is nipping at his heels and he runs like crazy, but his legs don't seem to get him anywhere. None of that. Because if he wakes up in a cold sweat...
Oh.
Yeah, precisely. So we wait till he wants to move on. Keep things nice and calm.
Hey, something's happening here.
Yeah? What's that?
What? Can't you hear that?
Oh, God help us, it's an alarm clock. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Please, man, I got a wife and kids. Please don't wake.
Well. Sweet dreams. So going up. Ladder here somewhere? Yes. Well, not a ladder. Staircase. Feeling like an aristocrat today.
The Viking boat looked imposing, almost like a battering ram.
Oh. Hint, 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 hint. Asgard. Or their tour. A bit too late. All. Hey, property damage. Human. This regular, just regular shining on them is like a focus with the first lamp. See? I don't even focus. And he jumps to the side, like, holy moly, the AI is so intelligent. Take notes of games. So what, were these all their former employees or something? Stop moving, stop moving. This is like having rats in your basement. Thank God there are these infinite fusion generators inside these lamps, so that they keep on regenerating forever. What did he do? He found a path, he said. Oh no, now you remind me of the dog again. Moving stuff that can hurt you. A classic. My plan was that I get the shield down from each and every one of them, that I can just blast them all away. But no, that didn't work. Can these things get hurt by the electricity? No, of course not. But I definitely can, so I'm not gonna even try it. Else? Anything else? Anything else? Want to hide from me? Die, old automobile. Didn't like your acting in Cars. We're stiff and unmoving.
Wow! Those geezers had quite a production going on. Ooh, you know what, Al? If we make it through this alive, I'm gonna start representing them. Yep, sell this stuff online, maybe get a reality show going, release a new single. Be careful, Al!
New single, yay. The Dementia Blues.
I'm good. Keep your eyes open, okay?
Help you if there's not something incredibly awesome up here. I hear electronics. Be another television or radio. Ah. Well, I already got this, but
as you regular listeners know, I tend to work through the night, but I'm not the only one. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton are taking a couple of moments off their busy schedule to join me here in the studio. Boys, how busy are you now? Deerfest is almost here, isn't it? I bet that keeps you in business.
Pretty busy, yeah. Actually, Pat, we've been real busy with other stuff, which concerns an ongoing investigation. We can't talk about that, Lord. I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just saying we got, you know, other irons to fry.
And how would you compare your workload to last year's? Things have seemed relatively peaceful to me, but people do tend to get a little wild this time of year.
Oh, it's wild, Pat. It's pretty wild. There's been all sorts of trouble this year. Vandalism, fighting, public disturbances. A lot of people gone missing, too.
Murder on the run.
Pretty much the usual stuff, Pat. Just, you know, a lot more of it.
Now, is it just me, or does Deerfest get wilder every year?
I could see the building that had to be the Andersons' home on the other side of the field. It wasn't far now. I wasn't worried about trusting the ramblings of two burned-out geriatric wrecks. They had the goods.
I kind of wish that with a bigger lamp I also would get you know, more room for batteries. That I could carry on now like 30 or something. Since, you know, the battery is now bigger at the lamp.
Kidding me?
Oh shit. What the fuck? Hey, but it's stuck. It's stuck. That's good. That's good. For if it's stuck, I can focus. Yes!
There are 65 billion cows and pigs in the world.
Is it true? Somebody run the numbers. We've got to find out if that's correct. You know, why do I even have a dash if he still keeps being hipped? And mock me for it, I know. But wait, there's house that needs investigating. Wait, this looks like it's closed. And still try. Yep. Well, better than immediately running there than missing out on a house. If it had been this way. But it's not. It's just a waste of time. Promising. Spider! Oh, thought I could kick the door in. Epilepsy, epilepsy.
Al? Is that you out there, buddy?
Yeah, it's me. Hang on.
Hey, let's go, man.
Oh, of course, it's one of those infamous two people moving
I think we're
wooden
gonna have to work
doors.
together to open this gate, Al.
Yeah.
Looks pretty heavy. Hey, I think that's the farm on the other side of the field. We're almost there. This farm is a crazy place for crazy people.
We should feel right at home then.
Valhalla. I don't know.
Come on, one more gate. Let's do this thing.
Oh. Alright. Chainsaw guy hitting me soon. Again. Bring out except wood. Well, let's go inside the scary house.
The lights are out. I guess we better check the fuse box.
Garbage. Music.
The power downstairs was out, but I was sure I could fix that at the fuse box.
This in a farmhouse where somebody likes wool. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. You are not my good old Barry. You will never, never reach good old Barry status. This looks, aside from a few guitars and a few metal posters, this looks like really like a regular farmhouse. Good.
You know, this place looks kind of lived in. I thought the Andersons were in the booby hatch.
Yeah. I don't think they keep too close an eye on them at the clinic.
Al,
They
let's
seem
get
to
the
slip
lights on,
away a
huh?
lot so they can get wasted.
No kidding. Those guys sound awesome.
Bedroom. Like seriously, like just like a married couple. Uh-oh.
Can you hear that, Al?
Old gods
Of course.
know the
We need to
truth.
find where it's coming from. That's the message the Andersons talked about. That's the whole reason we're here.
Why do they have like 15 bedrooms?
Lady of the Light? Oh, that's gotta be what's-her-face, the crazy lamp lady from the town.
Cynthia Weaver.
Right. Must be.
Okay. We need to find Cynthia Weaver. We'll stay here for the night and head back to town as soon as it gets light.
Hey, Al. Lots of hours before dawn. Might as well get some rest. And
Yeah.
by rest, I mean drunk.
Come on, Barry. This is... Yeah, what the hell?
This is a good idea. Moonshine made from the water out of the demonic lake.
I'm gonna stick by you, no matter what, ever, Al. Sure, like a brother.
I'm a writer, goddammit.
Correct.
If I just wanted to, I could write 10 books a year. And they'd be the best books that year.
No, you couldn't.
That's right, I couldn't. But I could, because I'm a writer.
What do they put in this stuff? I feel like my brain is coming out of my nose. I'm gonna get the recipe off those coots and be a booze millionaire.
I just miss her, Barry. I just want her here with me.
I know, Al. I know.
At Perch.
We're gonna make it okay.
I am for nightmare vision. So yeah. We are wait. Ooh, we are in first person.
I'm coming. It's all right. I'm coming.
It was a crazy drunken dream, and yet it was more than that. It was the truth, a suppressed memory unearthed by the Andersons' moonshine. I was there, an out-of-body observer. This was the night Alice and I had arrived at Bright Falls, the night Alice had disappeared. I had a chance to find out what had happened. I remembered being surprised to see the cabin dark. Alice would have never turned the lights off.
Alice? Alice!
A sploosh.
I remembered thinking I caught a glimpse of her form underwater, sinking into the darkness. Diving after her was the last vague memory I had of that night. After that, the next thing I could remember was waking up behind the wheel of the crashed car and finding the first pages of the manuscript. I couldn't find her in all that blackness. I must have thought she drowned.
But he has... Really? He took the darkness with him.
Jagger had Alice, and so she had me.
Alice!
I'd been easy prey.
Look at the cabin. Is there someone in the window?
Alice?
Maybe she didn't drown after all. Maybe she's inside.
Alice!
Yes.
Exactly like I...
The dark presence had touched me. She had dug her nails into my brain and used me, made me her puppet.
Just like I expected.
She must be here somewhere. Maybe upstairs in the study.
Alice!
Yes, that's where she is. You can apologize.
Alice!
You'll laugh at the whole thing together and put it behind you.
Alice?
She's not here. You were foolish to think so. No, she's dead. She drowned.
No, no, no!
It's your fault your wife is dead. You are guilty. All she wanted was to help you right. You killed her.
Ah!
Oh, hush. There's still hope. Cauldron Lake is a special place. Here, you have the power to change things. She wanted you to write. I will tell you what to do.
I will become your ghostwriter.
You can write her back. The story will come true, and all will be well again.
She had Alice, and the manuscript was the ransom for her. Yes. All right. I'll fix it. I'll bring her back. No. I wrote it. I remembered it all now. In the dark, I'd written for days, a week, almost a complete manuscript of a novel entitled Departure. Jagger had been my editor, whispering in my ear, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. I thought I was saving Alice. Even with the cobwebs she put in my head, some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story, to bring a light into the cabin to release me before I could finish, to interrupt the horror story before the ending, where darkness consumed everything and everyone. Zane was weak and far away, but I had written him into the story, and his light had been enough to set me free.
It isn't here now. I'm here because it was written. I brought the light to set you free. You must hurry. It will know I'm here. It will be back soon. It stole the skin of my Barbara a long time ago. She looks so old.
I'd woken up, confused and groggy, my mind consumed by darkness and fear. All I could do was to escape. The week spent in the cabin had taken its toll. I was barely conscious and fading fast. It had to have cost Zane terribly, thrown him even deeper into whatever dark place he now haunted. But he had managed to weaken the dark presence, kept me safe that night. I wrote it. It's my fault.
That's right, James Joyce. It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Dun dun dun! And we gotta skip this one.
On Alan Wake. Under the influence of the dark presence, I wrote a horror story that is coming true. Jagger had been my editor, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. Some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story.
Together we can create something absolutely wonderful.
The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. My mom gave me this old light switch.
The clicker.
Alice is being kept in a dark prison. I need to find Cynthia Weaver to fix this.
It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Well, we're expecting a record crowd from the neighboring counties. Naturally, we hope to break the record set by last year's Moose Fest in our neighboring town, Watery.
Moose Fest.
Some people have asked me, what's the big deal about Deer Fest?
I
And
want Duck Fest.
sums it up. It's about friendship and community. We've got a
Duck Fest or go home.
let's try to hold it in until tomorrow and get through the night in one piece, all right?
I have it. Someone will come for it when the time is right. Thomas said so. He wrote it. The key is insurance. It's my job to keep it safe. Safe in the light. Always in the light. Hello.
All the manuscript pages were gone. The FBI agent had taken them.
I think
And I'm looking at the clock. We have been spending over 8 hours playing today, and we came pretty far. Next week, we are gonna conclude this, and right afterwards, or not right afterwards, but yeah, no, but a week later we are also gonna finish the well, not sequel, but the DLC of Alan Wake, which I'm also looking forward to a lot. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all the new subscribers. Check out my YouTube channel, The German Guy Reviews, and I see you when I see you. Goodbye.